boop, boop. Go live. All right, we're live on all the places. In all the right places. Okay. Chat. Renoa Heartily. That's the name. That's the full name. Renoa Heartily. 3 green and a white for a 4/4 legendary creature, human rebel warlock. When Renoa Heartily enters, create Angelo a 1/1 legendary green-white dog creature token. And she has the ability Angelo Cannon. Whenever Renoa Heartily attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. Alright, so we got a couple... I mean, this one's straightforward, right? That like I tried to like kind of think of a whole big kind of breakdown like I normally do, but hey, this is an uncommon commander. She is pretty straightforward. She enters, you make a 1/1 doggo, right? Doggo does not have trample, which is a problem. Excuse me. Doggo does not have trample, so we do have to make sure that we give trample here. And whenever she attacks, so like Renoa herself also has to attack, which is also kind of a problem, a little bit of a limitation here. In order to give another creature, not her, but another creature you control, +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. Our goal is going to make that creature worth being Angelo, just because it's funny. But we could give that +1/+1 to literally anyone. Her full name is Sant Angelo de Roma. Okay, di Roma, I see. Alright. Brett, hello. Alright, so I did what I normally do. I broke down this, some talking points. I wrote down some talking points that we can get into, although even for Renoa, I'm already seeing that we're going to have to make some changes to the schedule. But the first thing I want to just straight up, hey, let's just go into it. Let's just talk about it. Let's go into green-white token-making creatures, right? So one of the things I noticed just in my deck upgrades and building kind of previously was that I wasn't emphasizing creatures enough. I still did for a lot of builds, but for decks that are focused on creatures, I kind of need to make sure that I hit that like 30 at minimum of 30 hardcore creatures in every like any given commander build. So I do want to make sure that I'm focusing on that. And yeah, so the first topic here is going to be token making creatures. There's a lot of token makers that we have in green white, right? There's a lot of things available, but specifically token making creatures. And yeah, already you're on a good one. Adeline just straight up handles it. So boop and boop. Adeline, Resplendent Cathar, right? 3 mana, star 4. Her power is equal to the number of creatures you control. Hey, cool. How do we know? Who do we know does that? But whenever you attack for each opponent, create a 1/1 human creature token that's tapped, attacking that player or planeswalker they control. Voice of Victory, yep. Voice of Victory, brand new card from Tarkir. Also very good. 2 mana creature, right? And then mobilize 2. So when Voice of Victory attacks, and you can just choose to attack the person who's going to block the least, you get 2 more 1/1s that are also tapped and attacking wherever you want. That is more creatures. Just stack your triggers right. You're going to have Voice of Victory and Adeline trigger before Renoa does. Amara, Soul of the Accord. True. Soul of the Accord. Soul of the Honda Accord. This is a token-making creature. We're going to have to find a way to make sure that we make her tap, because we don't really want to be swinging with Amara, but we will find ways to just make her tap, right? What else we got? What other choice green-white token-making creatures? Charismatic Conqueror, yeah. Charismatic Conqueror. Charismatic Conqueror is a good one. This is a bit more passive than active, but yeah, your opponents are, especially once you get your opponents know that there's a giant dog afoot. Yeah, they're not going to want their creatures to come to play tapped as well. Would Delny work too? Delny might work in terms of like once we get the rest of the like kind of creature board state going, we can look and see, oh yeah, there's a lot of token makers that are 2 power. We can think about that. We also will consider Delny after we think about how many anthems we're going to have in the deck, because yes, we could go wide, which we will, right? We're going to go wide, but just like one card, right? Like one anthem that says your creatures get +1/+1 would probably break through Delny's barrier, but makes all of those creatures, all those 1/1s that we're making, hit that much harder, and that's probably worth it. So, I'm not thinking Delny. Krenko? No, that's not in these colors. Glare of Subdual, that would be an anthem, and we'll go over that later. Ocelot Pride, yeah. Ocelot Pride. We don't have built-in life gain, but we'll get to the ascension point really quickly in this deck. Torrens, yeah. Torrens, Fist of Angels, super good here. We'll be casting all these creatures all the time. And so here you go. Here's like a really, really good list of, just first initial token makers that, regardless of how you go with this deck, you probably really want to have these. Adeline, Voice of Victory, Amara, Charismatic Conqueror, Ocelot Pride, Torrens, Fist of Angels. All of these, each and every one of these cards are creatures that you're going to cast. You're going to have blockers and everything. You can manipulate them as much as you want, and they're going to just be making tokens constantly. So let's go over to our Moxfield list here so we can make sure that we're adding these creatures. We got Adeline, Voice. And we have a Final Fantasy version of Adeline too. Voice of Victory, Amara, Soul of the Accord. Charming Conqueror, or sorry, Charismatic Conqueror, Ocelot Pride, and Torrens, Fist of the Angels. Yes, indeed. All right, Rosie yeah. So actually, because we're definitely not done talking about these, so give me 6 more. We got. I saw Elvish Prefect? Elvish Perfect. I know it's like perfect, and I keep saying Prefect. Elvish Perfect. Elvish. No, is it Prefect? Was I right in the first place? Sent like, hey, the Briha, thank you so much for the likes. Appreciate you. What am I? Rosie Cotton. Yeah, Rosie Cotton, yes. Yes, Rosie Cotton will be token synergy, and that is something to keep in mind when we start looking for more things. But right now, we're just looking at token maker creatures, right? Imperious, there we go. Imperious, perfect. Yeah, other elves get +1/1. Tap and make a green elf. We'll think about that one. We'll think about that one. I think a lot of like what we have right now are just like free token makers that don't like even require us mana, and I think that we can find a lot more cards that do that. Queen, yep, Queen Elena, Elenel, yes, my queen. Imperious Prefect typo, yeah, perfect. Imperious Perfect, yeah. All right, yep, Queen Elenel of Rabach. That I'll never learn to say. That's fine to me, though. Right, so whenever, one, she has power and toughness equal to the number of creatures you control, already just on theme. And then also, if one or more creature tokens would be created under your control, create that many tokens plus a 1/1 soldier, right? So yeah, Almond Milk, we will go over Doubling Season, we will do Rampant Anthem. Those are going to be different topics, the topics that you see right under me. Right now, we're just covering token making creatures, but we do have anthems on the line, especially, and then token doublers. But right now, I just want to cover different token makers. Quina, whenever one of our tokens will be created, also make a 1/1 frog. Hey, sure, okay, yeah. Final Fantasy 9. Don't forget Renowned Negotiations. Renewed Negotiations. Yeah, that'll be non-creatures. Tarragon? Tarragon? The hell is that? Tarragon. As long as you end it with enough phlegm, you're pronouncing Radak. Yeah. Turvagon? Was I saying it wrong? Turvagon. Okay, yeah. Whenever deals combat damage to a player, create that many. Okay. Alright, and naturally has trample. That's pretty good. Yep. Yeah, we don't really care about what type of tokens they are, just that they are tokens, right? Ozhertak is going to be part of token doublers. Terrastodon. Yeah. Hey, I can't deny that. Terrastodon does make tokens, but is largely for your opponents, per se. But that'll be removal. That'll be a later topic, because we do need some removal in this deck. Overlord of the Mistmoors. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Overlord of the Mistmoors. That's the white one, yep. Not bad. Whenever it enters or attacks, make 2/2/1 flying insects. Okay. What else? Not a token maker, but Season Warren Guard is a good card to have. Yes. Yep, we do have. That is not a good card to have. That's a one mana 1/2 that as long as you have a token when it attacks, it becomes a 2/0 until end of turn. I think you might have a different card in mind. Boss's Chauffeur, yeah. That one's a bit expensive. Twitching Doll. I like Boss's Chauffeur when I'm Twitching Doll is also too slow. Warden of the Grove. I'm looking for a more active and consistent one. Ooh! Warden of the Grove is good. Warden of the Grove is a good one. Yeah, I kind of didn't think about that one, too. At the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Whenever another non-token creature you control enters, it endures X or X the number of counters on this creature. You can just make another, XX spirit for every creature that enters. I like that. Splitting Slime. Yeah. Beauregard Mentor. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yep. Splitting Slime. Boss's Chauffeur, I did see that one. That one was just a little too slow. I'm also Splitting Slime is also too slow as well. 5 mana, Monstrosity 3 for 6 mana. When it becomes monstrous, put a token onto the battlefield. That's a copy of it. Way too slow. Way too slow. Is this budget? Not really. Not really, but I think I do want it to be like a solid 3, when Meiotic Slime dies, make 2 copies, make 2/2 green ooze. It's 5 mana as well. I think we need to find cards that are less than 5, just so it's something that we're building, constantly doing. Or if it's 5 or more, it's really worth it. And Meiotic Slime only makes tokens when it dies, and even then, it doesn't make good tokens. In my green shit, I always put Thalia to slow everyone down too. But it splits again. Right, it splits again to make, 4/4s after it dies. But we want a board state that's kind of always growing bigger. Michaeloth. We have Birds is a mana dork, so not necessarily a token yet. Michaeloth. You know what? Instead of Michaeloth, at the beginning of your upkeep, create sapling tokens for each +1/+1 counter on Michaeloth. And Devour 2 when it enters. That one's not too bad. You know what I think I like a little bit more? There's not Tifa on Arena. No. Delny is a white token deck must too. I think I disagree. I disagree based on the tokens that we're going to have. And I think that this deck is going to have anthems in them. So Delny would turn off. I think instead... And if we're talking about passive token makers, I like Tendershoot Dryad. Is that what it is? Yeah, Tendershoot Dryad. See, now this is something that I like at the 5 mana curve for token makers. See, Tender Shoot Dryad, right? So 5 mana, 2/2, ascend if you have, you know, blah, 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 blah. At the beginning of each upkeep, right? So, like, you play this 5-drop, you pass turn, go to the next upkeep, you make a token. Next upkeep after that for your opponents, make a token. Next upkeep, make a token. Your upkeep, make a token. This 5-drop made 4 tokens just by existing. And I find that 5-drop slot for tokens better served by Tender Shoot Dryad than, say, the slimes and the oozes that we were talking about earlier, because, you know, those had to die to make things, and they kind of only make a limited amount of things, right? Waystone Guidance. What? Guidance? What's that? That is an arena card also, so no. Peregrine Took keeps you in the game. Correct, yeah. We do want creature tokens. What's our commander say? It's +1/+1 for each creature we control, so we're kind of a bit more into that, right? Especially 5 is especially rough because it conflicts with Renoa. Correct, that's also true. Illustrious Wanderglyph. That's the other Tender Shoot Dryad, right? Illustrious Wanderglyph. That's the other version of Tender Shoot Dryad. So we're going to add both of these, right? I'm just going to show what this one does, right? Illustrious Wanderglyph, another 5 mana, but we get to the Ascension pretty quickly. It also counts as a little bit of a Lord, too, you know, just in case we're doing more of that. And then it makes a colorless gnome on each upkeep, right? Avenger of Zendikar is also a good one. I also can't deny that, right? Avenger of Zendikar is 100% like something that fits this bill as well. So we're going to add all of these right now. So let's make sure we add those. We mentioned 8 things. We're going to add all 8 of these. So Avenger of Zendikar. Avenger of Zendikar and Tender Shoot Dryad. Tender Shoot, and then we have Queen Elena of Rebach. Quina. Tervigon. I'm not the biggest fan that this guy has to attack and deal damage. Like, we have to put a lot of mana into him. But, you know, Overlord of the Mistmoors. Warden of the... And don't worry, chat. Like, I am listening to, like, the other things that you're suggesting, right? We're gonna go back to that, right? We're just adding bits and pieces right now, just so we're making sure that we're hitting certain targets, right? Illustrious. And then all of these are gonna have the, what is this? Token making creatures tag, right? So we turn on tags. So yeah, all of these are token making creatures. Actually, I guess I could just put the global tag. No. Token making creatures. We'll turn off global tags for right now. Alrighty. It's that time when I can link my lightning army of 1 commander deck I've been trying to put together with what I have home right now for suggestions. You can put it in the Discord, and I'll try to get to it. I've been experimenting with the deck. But ooh, Hero of Bladehold's also good. Hold on. You know what? That Hero of Bladehold will go in the Anthem section, because that is also, like, Hero of Bladehold is an Anthem too, but that's a good one. What site am I using? You're new. I use Moxfield.com. Moxfield.com, sponsor of the channel, but also my favorite deck building website, so I would definitely highly suggest that. The biggest thing right now is that we're able to add tags, right? So as we go over each and every topic here, we're going to tag each of these cards that, you know, so it corresponds with the topics that we're going over. All right, so next topic, because we do have a new one. And this will fit. So we did token making creatures because I wanted to make sure that we were producing bodies to block with, as well as things that made tokens, right? So now I want to do token making non-creatures, right? Right. token making non-creatures, right? So I need sources of token production that are not creatures, because there's a lot in Magic, right? And we're trying to find some of the best ones, right? So the first one, right, would be the first one is going to be a Ketra's Monument. Ketra's Monument. And here is an example of exactly what I mean by non-creature token maker. So a Ketra's Monument makes our white creature spells cost 1 less, which is fantastic. And whenever we cast any creature spell, we make a 1/1 warrior, right? So this is a constant, hey, you're playing the game? Cool. Keep on making guys, right? Martial Coup, hey, that's honestly pretty fair. Martial Coup. It's not my favorite one, but like, I mean, we're going to have times where we do lose, you know, we're gonna like have no board state because someone else board wipes, but now we get to board wipe them back. Champions from Beyond. Oh yeah, that's a new Final Fantasy one, right? Champions from Beyond. Yeah. Yep, this is really, really good. And it pseudo serves as an anthem too, right? So X white when this enchantment enters, create X 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens. Light Party, when you attack with 4 or more creatures, scry 2, then draw a card. Cool, that's a little bit of passive bonus. And whenever you attack with 8 more creatures, those creatures get +4/+4. So this serves triple duty as a draw source, an anthem, and a non-creature token producer. Fantastic, I'm down for this. What else? What makes green Eldrazi that makes spawns on upkeep? That is, what's the Eldrazi enchantment? Which channel do I link? Put it in deck reviews. Spawning zone, yes. Good job, chat. Spawning zone, yeah, right? No? Awakening zone. Yeah, that's what it is. Awakening zone. That's the 3 mana variant that we typically see in Commander. Yep. Awakening Zone's a good one. At the beginning of your upkeep, make a token, right? And we get to sacrifice that token to cast Riona. It'll be worth it. Yes, we went down on the token, but we got to cast our commander just like a little bit sooner. Or we're just spending that mana to cast a different token maker. Very, very worth it. The green crystal's good here. Yeah. Not for tokens, but makes your board bigger. Yeah. If we're doing +1/+ encounters, and the anthems we're going to do are just going to be straight ++. Isn't there that one cloud precon, so white and triggers on combat? I think that's the Champions from Beyond, right? Or no? Is there a different one? Oh, you're good, Blazer. Yeah, Awakening Zone's good. Give me another. There's what's the Selesnya one that has Convoke on it? And aren't there like some Moogle stuff in here too? There's a lot. Like there's like infinite ones for us to choose. Good token gen is a good token gen is a Phyrexian deck. Depends on what you're doing. A new hand touches the beacon. Hello, hello. I'm not reading that, Chloe. March of the Multitudes, yes. March of the Multitudes. Chloe, I'm not reading that. March of the Multitudes. That's a this is incredibly good, right? Check this one out, chat. March of the Multitudes. So for at instant speed, X, white, and green, Convoke, which means that you can tap your creatures in order to pay for the X cost here. Create X 1/1 soldiers with lifelink, right? So you basically get to double your board state, right? You get to straight up just go like, let me pump all my mana, all my creatures, and my mana into the spell to get that many more tokens. That's really good. Elspeth Sun's Champion, yeah. Elspeth Sun's Champion is actually really, really good here. It also serves triple duty, right? You're making a bunch of 1/1 tokens on top of being a board wipe when you need, and eventually being an anthem. Skrelv's Hive is a good one as well, Armin. Skrelv's Hive. Beginning of your upkeep, you make a Might. Yep, those are also good. So let me grab these here before we go too deep. Summoner Sending? What's that? I know that's a new Final Fantasy card, and I'm definitely wanting to put those in. At the beginning of your end step, you may You may exile target creature card from a graveyard. If you do, make a 1/1 spirit token with flying. Put a counter on it. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Like, it is a card that does double duty of, like, removing stuff from your opponent's graveyards, which does matter in Commander nowadays, as well as make a token. I'm okay with that. Yeah. Soldier military program. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's another... at the beginning of combat on your turn, choose one. If you control a commander, you may choose both instead. Make a soldier, or put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 soldiers. You know what? This doesn't work for this deck specifically because our commander does cost 5. If we cast Soldier Military Program on any turn before 5, it just doesn't do anything, right? Like, it objectively... Oh, no. Sorry. You choose one on... if you commander, you do both. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we could do that one. That one's fine. You know, it's all right. Let me get these other ones that we were talking about. Oh, Ketra's Monument. Ketra's Monument, Martial Coup. Martial Coup, Champions from, thank you very much for the follow. Awakening Zone. March of the Multitudes. And Elspeth Sun's Champion. Elspeth Sun's Champion. Perfect. Thank you very much for the follow and the like. Your bad is Pest Infestation, not Pestermite. Oh, yeah. That's good removal. Save that one for the removal section, because we do actually have... I have a section for removal here. Typically, ones that make tokens are especially good, right? So, let's see. Non-creature token. Non-creature token makers. So we have 14 creature ones, 7 non-creature ones, just so we're making sure we're diversifying a bit of a couple of our threats here. The new Elspeth, that'll be in token doublers, and that's a whole different breed. That's a whole different breed of cards. And then there's actually, I think, more non-token makers that we can talk about for the common good. Common good. For the common good. Oh, and Skrell's Hive. Let me add that. Skrell's Hive. Yep. Alright. Add that to the thing. Alright. Back to here. So let me see. I got Arachnogenesis. Yep. That's actually pretty good. Arachnogenesis is a really good choice for the extra value that it brings. See, that's why we're going over this topic by topic, right? Because we're going to find cards that double on either side. This is save you from damage if someone starts getting to you, and you make a bunch of tokens. People will swing at you and try to force you to block with your tokens so that you're kind of like losing, but like you get to live a little bit longer. Now we get to just say, like, I won't block with anything, but I'll still make a bunch of tokens. You stole it. Yeah, for the common good. Create X tokens that are a copy of target token you control. Then tokens you control gain indestructible until your next turn. 1 life for each token. That one's pretty good. If we were doing something more important with our tokens, I would like for the collective good. But as of right now, from what we're seeing, we would just make... 3 copies of a 1/1 soldier at the end of the day, which is like not very interesting. Awaken the Woods, yeah. Awaken the Woods, make X Forest Dryads, and Forest Dryads can tap for mana, which is very good. Entreat the World. Entreat the World. What is that? Rabble Rousing, yep. Rabble Rousing basically lets us double our creatures too. Rabble Rousing's real good token production. Really good. One of the best, honestly. Rabble Rousing needs too much to get right. Does it really? Doll Makers. Ooh, Doll Makers is good too. I treat Rabble Rousing as a card that, like, if 5 mana, like, yes, you can cast a spell for free, but I choose not to, like, focus on that part. I focus on the part where I get a bunch of tokens. So Doll Maker Shop and Porcelain Gallery are both really good, and we're gonna add that Wobbler. I'm just not gonna put it on the screen because I fear it's gonna mess up the setup that I have, because like it like gets put sideways and stuff. So I'm just gonna put it straight onto the Moxfield list. But I'm just not gonna put it on the screen. Doll Makers. It's also an Anthem, which is really good. That's why it's a especially good call. Rabble Rousing doesn't do anything unless you're already winning. You just gotta attack with creatures. What do you mean? The bare minimum is attacking with multiple creatures. Nesting Doll's too slow. Having 5 creatures that can swing. Having 5 creatures that can swing isn't winning, is it not? Entreat the Angels. Entreat the Angels is also slow, and I plan on having. I'm just gonna put that up on the screen. I plan on having draw in here. Like we're gonna make sure that we're drawing cards, and any time that I'm adding draw value to a deck, I believe in Miracle less and less. I believe in Miracle less and less. Lane wants you to have more spiders. There's a super obvious creature type. True. Angelic Aberration. Angelic Aberration. Is that a token maker? Aberration? Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, yeah, no, I honestly, I've never even run into this card, so yeah, I kind of forgot about it. Yeah, Angelic Aberration, so 6 mana, so like, you know, later in the game, you play this card. When it enters, sacrifice any number of creatures with base power and toughness 1/1. And the fact that it's base power means it doesn't matter if we have anthems and our creatures are, you know, we make all of our tokens +1/+1. The base power of that card is 1/1 or less. Create that many 4/4 angels. Hey, that's kind of funny, to be honest with you. That's sick. Yeah, that's dope. That's really, really cool. What a fucking fucked up card art. King Darien, the mono white one. Yeah, that's if we take damage. Let's see, Night Soil. King Darien isn't too bad. It's just exile 2 cards from a single graveyard. Wow. Yeah, that's a little bit of removal too. I like this one a lot. This is a good call, Wobbler. This is a good one here, right? I've never heard of this one. So white, you can, sorry, green, enchantment, pay 1, exile 2 creature cards from a single graveyard, right? So the graveyard player, for 1 mana, gets basically screwed. Just screwed out of the game, right? And you make a 1/1 sapling from it. That's pretty worth it. Again, doing double duty. It's basically a pseudo removal spell if we're going against any graveyard decks. And then also we make a token. That's good. Secure the Waste, yes. Secure the Waste is good. It's one of the most quintessential ones, I would say, personally. There you go. Secure the Waste. I would say X-Spell. How many X-Spells are in here? If there's enough, I would recommend Unbound Flourishing. Unbound Flourishing is not enough. Not enough. Whenever you cast a permanent spell with mana cost X, double the value of that. There's not enough. They're not enough so far. What about Vigor for buffing? We're gonna go into Anthems. We're gonna get Anthems. Brightcap Badger. Brightcap Badger. Make for 3 mana. Make 2 things, and then for 4 mana at the beginning of your end, you make a fungus. You know what? This is not a bad card. I'll give you that. It is literally not a bad card. I think that the cards we've chosen thus far are better. I think Badger is better in a fungus deck. Right, like a fungus typo deck would get a lot more value out of what Badger is doing. We just want tokens in general, so we can kind of just pick and choose literally the best token producers for all of Magic versus like specifically going for the Kindred ones, right? You're now invested. Beast Within is removal, and we'll have that topic later, but that is a token producer. I will give you that. Kadira is also a creature token maker that we should probably put in here. Yep, so let's go over to the deck list. I'm going to put Kadira in here because she does deserve to be in here. Kadira. Kadira goes into token making creatures. This goes into non-creature token makers. And then let's add the cards that we were just talking about. Oops. Let's add those. We got Arachnogenesis, Awaken the Woods. Rabble Rousing. Angelic Aberration. Come on, deck, you can find it. Basically, I have to spell it for it. Night Soil. I've never seen Night Soil before. There's so many, like, I run multiple decks that would just be completely undone by Night Soil. Just completely undone. Alright, so this is a creature one, I suppose. Token making creature. It's a pretty good one. I've never seen this one. Alright. Non-token making creature. Sorry, we gotta non-token and Night Soil. I'm just going to use a bit more of a recent printing and Night Soil. Okay, perfect. All right, chat. That was a good amount, right? So, like, we have 16 token making creatures as of right now, which is pretty good. We're going to get more, right? But 16 creatures that are making tokens, and then 13 non-creatures that are making tokens, right? So, like, they're one and done, but a lot of these scale with us throughout the game, like Champions from Beyond. We can put as much X as we want early game or late game, and then it passively produces value for us. Elspeth, 6-drop, hey, perfectly fine. Either she's going to keep on making us 3/1/1s, or we wipe the board, or all at the same time. Oketra's Monument makes spells cheaper, and we get a creature every time we cast a creature. Beautiful. Beautiful. Have you added Glare of Subdual? That is going to be an Anthem. But next, because we've talked enough about the making tokens. I think that we've talked a decent amount about making tokens, and I think we're going to still splash more in as we have our discussion. But right now, just to kind of get these out the way, token doublers. So next thing to talk about is token doublers. I'm sure we can already think of like 6 token doublers, and I think having just 6 in the deck is like a pretty decent amount. So I know they're at the tip of your tongue, chat. Just bring him. Bring him. Ojer, the talk someone already talked about. I think 6 is way too many. I think that's fair. I think you're potentially right about that. It's just to give a taste. Ojer Talk. Mondrak, yep. Mondrak. Glory Dominus. I'd say this is more like pick your favorite 4 sort of thing, right? Parallel Lives. So, I hate Parallel Lives, because I think, if I remember correctly, that gives it to your opponents as well. Oh, no. Under your control. Oh, it's just your control. Yeah, Parallel Lives for 4 mana, not bad. I'm thinking of, what's the one that I'm thinking of where it gives it to your opponents as well? Hate those. Hate that one. Oops, sorry. Elspeth, the new Elspeth, yep. Elspeth Storm, like literally the new Elspeth Stormslayer, just a straight up token doubler right then and there. You're thinking Primal Vigor. Yes, yes, Primal Vigor is what I hate. Yeah. No, Bounty is something else. Yeah, Primeval Bounty is something else entirely. That's yeah. You already know. Yep. Anointed Procession. Yes. We Quiyu Garmu Gourmet we have as a token producer. This is token doubler, which you're not wrong in thinking, thinking that same way, but Anointed Procession. Yeah, this one here is especially like I do believe that 6 is a lot. I definitely agree with, like, you don't really need 6 token doublers. You really don't. But choose which one you can afford. Choose which one you can trade for is my kind of vibe with this one. Should I be playing Shooting Star in your red deck? Well, it depends on what your red deck does. Are you aware the token she makes is legendary? Yes. We are aware of that, Alex. We're not doing the token doubler for the sake of the dog. Yep, that is true. She does, her token, the token that she makes is legendary, right? the 1/1 dog that she makes is legendary. But this is about the bottom part, whereas it's about the amount of creatures that we're controlling, and we just labeled like 28. It's about 30 cards that make tokens, and that's what we're doing it for. Doubling season. Do I put a Chaos Orb in the level 5 deck? Probably not. Probably not. You know, I ain't your boss, but I'd be hard pressed to find the reason for it. Yeah, and then doubling season. You know, and doubling season was reprinted in Foundation, so it's easier than it's ever been to get. Yeah, here's token doublers. Building this deck, I would just pick like the 4 that you like the most, / you can trade for, / like whatever. I would kind of just go for like your top 4, not specifically all 6, but just in terms of making sure people see the options that they have, I'm gonna kind of list all 4. If when we go over 100 cards and we got to cut down on some, we're gonna cut down on 2 of these already. All right, so let's add these. O'Hare Talk, Mondrak, Parallel Lives, Elspeth, Storm Slayer, Anointed Procession. Remember when Anointed Procession came out? It was like the first one that did that. Doubling season. Perfect. All right, so all of these are token doublers. We do not need to ask for more. Token doublers. Yep. 5 of those. Did I not add? How do you keep doing this? Doubling season, O'Hare, Mondrak, Parallel Lives, Anointed Procession. Did I somehow not add that? Oh, that's because it's already a global tag. As a token maker, I want to say. No, I just didn't add it. Anointed Procession. Nope, it is added. Ugh, global tags, you're really killing me here. You are killing me, Smalls. I have it in token maker. See, that's where we're wrong. Token doubler. Very, very, very different. All right. 6 token makers, doublers. Again, we're definitely going to cut down on that amount. Thank you very much for the follows. I appreciate it. Die King Frost, DJ Pauly K, the Blow O'Hare Talk. Right, yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Next topic, chat. We did token makers, token making creatures, token making non-creature spells, token doublers. Now, let's do some anthems. People have been chomping at the bit for the anthems. For those of you who don't know what anthems are cards that specifically allow us, basically give us like additional power and toughness on all of our creatures at once, right? So +1/+1 counters, that there is a way that we could do that, but the +1/+1 counters gets annoying to count when you have to start separating like which counters have which cards have +1/+1 counters, which tokens don't, etc. And you know how many +1/+1 counters and all that. We'll still maybe have like 1 or 2 of those, but anthems in general just mean having go wide buffs on your entire board state. And personally, chat, this is where I want to make sure that we add trample, because the dog that she gets, Angelo, does not have trample naturally. I want to make sure that maybe each and every anthem that we have gives trample or some sort of ability, right? Mirari's Wake, Intangible Virtue. I think Intangible Virtue is like a pretty straightforward one. Creature token you control get +1/+1 and Vigilance, you know? Vigilance, pretty great. Finale of Devastation, Eldrazi Monument. Yeah, Finale. Finale of Devastation. Pretty good, and gives trample. Search your library and or graveyard for a creature card mana value X or less. If X is 10 or more, creature you control get haste until end of turn. Oh no, that was thought. Finale of Devastation isn't as good as Chord of Calling. Buffalo's Vigilance, yeah, Beastmaster. Ascension, that's going to be huge for us. Beastmaster Ascension is going to just, let's say, like, hey, I have tokens, and now I swing, and now they're super huge, and you have to block me. Glorious Sunrise, Reconnaissance. Oh! Reconnaissance would be pretty good for our commander, so that our commander can attack and then get out of danger right away. Reconnaissance doesn't quite fit the value of Anthem, although it does say prevent combat damage on your creatures. But I will add Reconnaissance directly to the Moxfield list here, because that's just too good of a card to pass up. Glorious Sunrise, yes. Let me see, Glorious Sunrise. You've been talking about it so much. I'm thinking of Glarus Abdul. Let's see. Glorious Sunrise. At the beginning of combat on your turn, creatures you control get +1/+1 and trample until end of turn. That's perfectly fine as a 5-drop for me. Or we can get, mana, or we can get something else. But for specifically giving trample consistently every single combat on our turn, I think it's worth it. Bow of Nylea. No, you spelled it right. Not Anthem, but attacking creatures. Death Touch is good. That is a bit of evasion. And combine it with trample. Now our creatures just straight up win. That's not too bad. Cathar's Crusade. Now, Cathar's Crusade is good when you're doing like giant clumps of tokens all at once. It's a little bit better. But having to, again, like represent each token individually and choose like how many +1/+1 encounters are going to go on each. Not the biggest fan of Cathar's Crusade. I would rather an enchantment that just gives my creatures +2/+2. It's way easier to deal with. +2/+2 was already just like a force multiplier, We don't necessarily need +1/+1 encounters and everything. Pathbreaker Ibex, perfect. Pathbreaker Ibex. Whenever Pathbreaker Ibex attacks, creatures you control gain +1/+1 and trample until end of turn, where X is the greatest power of creatures that are among creatures attacking. That's gonna be so funny when it gives like +0/+0, or sorry, +1/+1. Triumph of the Hordes, yes. Isn't that red though? Oh, right. Triumph of the Hordes. Hello? Okay, yeah. Triumph of the Hordes is a 2 there and also, wins the game for someone pretty quickly. Triumph of the Hordes, let's see. In the Trenches, look at all the wonderful green cards. Yeah, there's a lot of green in here. Flowering of the White Tree is really good, actually. Flowering of the White Tree. One of the best Anthem spells that we have right now. Costs 2 mana. Yeah, that's about it. Thunder, yeah, Thunderhook, yeah. Thunderfoot Baloth, Thunder. Or no, not Thunderfoot Baloth. I'm thinking of Craterhoof Behemoth, right? Craterhoof. And I'm okay with Craterhoof Behemoth because like the game's gotta end somehow, and this allows you to win the game pretty much like still using your commander. Your commander can take out the next person. Alrighty. So the last one, Craterhoof Behemoth. There's, again, a lot of anthems that we can choose from. I don't want to go too deep in it. I don't want to make more anthems than there are, like, other good creatures in the deck. A solid +1/+1 from Intangible Virtue is pretty good. Beast Ascension will definitely make them hit like Mack trucks. The Glorious Sunrise is an interesting one. Giving our opponents +1/+1 and then finding yourself, yeah, it's just, I don't know. Triumph of the Hordes, that's a good way to just go like, hey, we're not really winning through combat damage because someone has a life gain deck. How about we try to even those odds? Flying with the White Tree is a sorcery, and then Cradle of Behemoth just fills your decks with value. Are we counting one-time anthems? Yes and no. I'd prefer if they were constant, right? Moon Cavalry, that's also pretty good too. Chroma's Memorial is nutty, yeah. Yeah, that one's pretty good too. Chroma's Memorial, Chroma's Never Sunrise, yeah. Sunrise you can cut, it's okay. Oh, which one? Yeah, okay. Sunrise, okay. Yeah, Chroma's Memorial, okay. Alright. Chroma's Memorial. You said over Glorious Sunrise, okay. I was defending it for a bit. Alright, Chroma's Memorial, 7 mana. Creatures you control have flying, first strike, vigilance, life, trample, and protection from black and red. Very, very good. Force of Virtue, Wilt Leaf Liege, yeah. Alright, let's add these to the deck list so far, because I don't want to forget them. It would be way too hard to retain these. Intangible Virtue. Beastmaster Ascension. Chroma's Memorial. Triumph. Of the... Oh my god. Horde. Oh my lord. Triumph of the Horde, add that to main deck. Sorry about that. Triumph of the Horde. What was the last one too? Flowering. Flowering of the White Tree. And then... Yeah. I turned off global tags. Boop. Token doublers. Okay. Yeah, we found like a decent amount here. Let's do anthems. Anthems. That was the next chart. Anthems. 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 Oops. Shit. Anthems. Sorry, I've got to fix this. I love the power of Moxfield. I really do. They're just really, really good to work with, and you know, I look forward to working with them even more. Okay, so that was anthems. I feel like there's probably more, but I don't want to overdo the deck too much. I don't want to overdo too much. Your Flawless Maneuver would work in here as well. Video. Alguchito, good. You removed the wrong tag from Warden of the Grove. I did, didn't I? Thank you. I clicked it too quickly. Token making creatures. There we go. Did I hit save? Nope, I did not. Thank you. All right. Yeah. Okay, well, you know, that was a mistake, but... Oh, right. One of them is hiding in here. Technically, the Illustrious Wanderglyph and the Tendershoot Dryad are technically anthems, but I get them not being there. These global tags I put on here are a mistake. Sorry, I just want to clean this up a bit for anyone who looks at this later. Oops. That's an anthem technically. Okay, sorry. Let me get back to what we were doing here. This is a token making creature. Bop. And this is an anthem that will make you kind of just straight up win the game, by the way. Like you'll just win the game because your opponents cannot stop you. They cannot stop you. Okay. Go wide decks in general. Just got Magic. Oh, Riley, you just got into Magic a month ago? Dude, congratulations. The person, not specifically gender. Yeah, thank you for coming by us and, you know, finding a place in the community already. But yeah, starting Magic a month ago, that's scary. That's scary. I'll give you that. It's not for the faint of heart. All right. Hear me out. Camille the Inner Sun. It's your pet card. You know what, Lumberjack? I'm down for Camille. Not in this deck specifically, okay? But there's other things that we can do. Chroma's Will is what I was talking about for the Go Wide decks. Yeah, that's like basically his own sort of anthem by itself. Let me add that to the deck directly. Chroma's Will. Oh my god. Chroma's Will. Okay. Alright. Let's go back over to what we're building here. So we have the anthems, right? We got the anthems. They're pretty cool. You can definitely find better anthems out there or ones that fit your playstyle just a teensy tiny bit more, but this is a good look at them. Next, I want to do draw potential from making so many artifacts, right? How do we get people to, or how do we draw more cards from our deck to our hands to keep up with everyone else? We are green-white, so, you know, it's not the, you know, most, it's just options in other colors, let's just say. Let's see. Audience with Tristani. Let me see. What audience? Audience. Best pet card for a token deck. Axion Worm. Oh, that sounds like an old ass card. Audience with Tristani. Create a 1/1 plant. Draw cards. Oh, okay. We're gonna have quite a couple of differently named clones out. Good. Welcoming Vampire, right? Huatli, Radiant Champion. Immortal Sun gives you draw. Too little, too late. Beast Whisperer, yeah. Yeah. We do have creatures in the deck. We made sure that we did. Tokasi is welcome. Yes, that's also really good. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up. Beast Whisperer is like eluding me. Beast Whisperer, whenever you cast a creature spell, draw a card. That's good. Tokasi is welcome. Yep. Tokasi's welcome says whenever a creature with mana value 3 or less enters the battlefield, you draw a card, and all of your tokens cost, well, 0. That's not true for every token, right? There are tokens that definitely cost, but these cost 0. Tokasi's welcome. Welcoming Vampire, right? Did I say that already? Welcoming. Scryfall's Immortal gives you card draw and an anthem. It's up to Beanstalk. Oh, Immortal Sun. Yeah, it's just that we're going. It is a card that does like everything and a bag of chips, which is what we want, right? We do want cards that do a little bit of like a lot. It's just wedding announcement. Oh yeah, that draws us cards. Wedding announcement, pretty good. Two in the white at the beginning of your end step. Put an invitation counter on this enchantment. If you attack with 2 or more creatures this turn, make a 1/1 human creature token. Then, if the enchantment has 3 or more event tokens, counter on the end. And then that backside is just an anthem that says creatures you control get +1/+1, which is not bad considering. Does it draw or is it just buff? I'm looking for draw itself, right? Garruk's Uprising, also template enabler. Garruk's Uprising needs creatures that are power 4 or greater, and that requires a little too much setup. Yeah, the One Ring. Uh-huh. The One Ring does draw you cards. I can't deny that. Is there anything a little bit more fitting here? Just straight up draw, you know, just like kind of straight, either put into your hand or draw. Ideally something in green white, right? Did you get Rite of Harmony? Its instant speed could be huge draw. Rite of Harmony. Oh, whenever a creature enchantment is put into the graveyard under your turn this turn, draw a card. I do like Rite of Harmony. I do like it a lot. Yep. Caretaker's talent. Oh, yeah. Yes. Caretaker's talent is huge in this deck. Bloomburrow in general is kind of huge for this deck. Yeah, Caretaker's talent. Whenever one of our tokens enter, once a turn, you may draw a card, and it works on our opponent's turn as well. And then chapter 1, or chapter 2, I should say, it becomes a copy of creature control, and then chapter 3 becomes an anthem, right? So a multifaceted, multi-purpose card that definitely does a lot of good work for us. All right, and there you have it. Those are 6. Whoop. Those are 6. Oh, I didn't write it down. Draw power. That is 6 draw power suggestions for this type of deck. So I'm going to put this in the old doohickey here. And let's go over to here. Let's see, audience with Shastani. Yeah, I was thinking Shastani, Selesnya voice. Shastani, Selesnya's voice is both anthem, right? Because it gives creatures +1/+1 and says like just like even more. We can do that. We'll add that. Let me do that right now. All right. Master of Ceremonies is also pretty good. A little bit of work to be done for the Master of Ceremonies, but you know. Draw tokens mana, right? Beast Whisperer is a bit rough since it doesn't trigger on your tokens. Right, it doesn't trigger on our tokens, but we made sure that we had at least 19 non-creature ways to make tokens, right? Beast Whisperer. Beast Whisperer. Sorry, my controller or my keyboard's like one card over. Takacia's welcome. So here you go. It's gonna be draw. Draw. Draw and draw. Let's choose that art for it. Draw. So these all count as draw here. Draw power is going to keep us going while our opponents are kind of like Nubu goofing. Wedding announcement. And Caretaker's talent. Caretakers. There you go. Both draw spells off of tokens. All right. There we go. We got some draw power in here. So now, like, after we're casting all these creatures, after casting all these non-creature spells, we got a bunch of tokens on the board. And then now we're saying, like, hey, when a token comes to play, we draw a card, right? We only need to draw so many cards per turn in order for us to kind of get there on value. Chroma's Will is definitely one of the best cards that we can get, for sure. But 3 mana Convoke, draw an end step if you created a token. Oh, Benny Brax! Yeah, Benny Brax? Yeah. He's a chill guy. I've lost him to the global tags. Oh, no. I just added Benny Brax, so maybe at the bottom there. Oh, there we go, okay. Benny Brax is going to go into draw. Yeah. Okay. Skull Clamp. So Skull Clamp would typically good for all the 1/1s that we're making. I think that our anthems are gonna bring us beyond that pretty consistently. Like even the most basic anthem is +1/+1 and vigilance, right? And that just turns off Skull Clamp in a lot of ways. So I'm a little leery about it on there. Gotta love Rosie Count the South Lane in here for tokens. Yeah, that's gonna be. I guess it's more of a anthem style effect. Rosie Cotton of South Lane. Put this in anthems. Yep. She's an anthem. She's definitely an anthem. All right. So we did draw power. I need mana. Chat, how do we pay for all these cards? Right? How do we actually get all of these cards out? I need mana. Mana sources. Now, because we're in mono green, we don't need artifacts by and large, right? Like, we can run a soul ring in here. Ooh, Wand of the World Soul is a really good option. Very nice. Wand of the World. Wand of the World Soul. The next it enters the battlefield tapped, which is unfortunate, but the next spell we cast this turn has Convoke. Cryptolith Right, yep. Cryptolith. Cryptolith Right. Freylease, Lanoir's Fury. Yeah, she makes tokens that can tap for green, not necessarily on her turn, but we can do that. Removal, Mana Dorks and Draws. Yeah, we're trying to fill out the rest here. We have so far we have like 50 X cards, so gotta want to pick it up on the value pieces here. Feldhorn, Findhorn Elves. Does that make a token? She does all 3. Twitching Doll will make tokens as well as mana. A lot of people have been suggesting Twitching Doll. I personally have never used Twitching Doll. I've tried to use it during a draft, and I mean, it got killed pretty quickly. But like Twitching Doll, you have to sacrifice it, and you make X counters equal to the amount of counters on it, and every time you tap it for mana, you get a counter on it, right? That's like, once a turn, kind of charging up for it. Is that like, is Twitching Doll very, like, that popular? Freyalise. Freyalise. Leonard's Fury. Yeah. Make an elf, destroy an artifact or enchantment, and draw a card for each. Yep. 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 Undercaller Myconoid. Underseller Myconoid. Enters or dies, create a Sapperling, tap for any color. That is a 3-mana card. That is not usable. Twitching Doll needs the counters deck. Yeah, like a Titus deck can do Twitching Doll. Song of Freyalise 2. Song of Freyalise. Until your next turn, creatures can tap for mana, and then you put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. I don't know if they'll... Yep, Freyalise. Song of Freyalise also 2 mana dorks, tap for 2 mana turns. Right. Ends an anthem effect. Song better be the walker, honestly. Song what? Song better than the walker? But now we can do both, right? Like, we could do both. I'm a beginner. So are you helping me a lot? I'm glad to help that. Ugh. Excuse me, chat. The words are wording. Shield map, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Virtue of Strength. Virtue of Strength. If you tap a basic land for mana, it produces 3. That's too much mana. It's a 7 mana card. That one kind of throws me off. Jaheira. Now that's huge. Jaheira is really good here. Tokens you control have tap, add for a green. That's huge. She's super great. Growing Rights of Itlimoc. Yeah, we could do that. Growing Rights of Itlimoc. Because, by the time that we cast it, we should have enough creatures in order to flip this. So when it enters, you look at the top 4. You may reveal a creature card among them, put into your hand. Cool, so you get a little bit of that. And then put the rest of them on your library in your order. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 4 or more creatures, transform Rights of Itlimoc, which we're going to do. And then Itlimoc, Cradle of the Sun, gain a green for each creature you control. Beautiful. Perfect. Hell yeah. Thank you very much for the follows, everyone. I appreciate it. Let's bring this over to the spell... Well, I was going to say spell table section. And to the actual deck that we're putting this in, right? So, with some really spicy picks, we had Wand of the World Soul, Cryptolith, right, Freyalise, Song of, and then there's the Enduring Curiosity. I'm gonna add that too. Song of Freyalise, Jaheira. And if anyone ever has any questions as to like why I'm doing X, Y, and Z, I mean, go ahead and ask, right? Because I typically have like a solid reason. Growing Rights. And if you're brand new to the game, I definitely want to make sure that you understand what's going on. Alright, so this is mana dorks of some kind, mana sources, we'll say. Which is what I have here. Mana source. Mana source. Mana source. And mana source. Perfect. We have 5 mana sources in here. 6, I should say. Mana source. Get rid of the mana rock tag. Although it is actually a mana rock, actually. I'm not going to get rid of that. Love your bits. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. All right, we have some pretty good token tap and produce mana here, especially in green white, right? Like in green black, we would use that one enchantment that says every time a creature, a card leaves our graveyard, we make a plant and then put plus and plus encounters on all of our plants and all that stuff. We're not doing any of that. Avacyn's Pilgrim. Yep. Yep, we're really close. We're gonna have to cut down on some of these, right? Avacyn's Pilgrim is very good. So we have a couple mana sources. I also need the what's the green one? The green glimmer. Enduring Curiosity? No. What is it? Vitality. Thank you. Enduring Vitality. Another creature, if we really want, but like another creature that says all of our creatures have the ability to tap for any color. It's only green and white that we're going to be doing, but it's, pretty worthwhile. Okay. Token doublers, token makers, token reducing creatures. Non-tokens and mana sources, 7 of them so far. Does work in Sisay? Yeah. The multicolor super works in Sisay. Super heckin' works in Sisay. Okay. Now, we have 60 cards right now, literally in the main deck, and there's actually more things I wanted to go over. I think the last thing that I want to just straight cover really fast is going to be basically interaction, right? I want to look at interaction and what we're doing in this segment here, right? So, interaction for a green-white deck can either be like, hey, my board state becomes indestructible, you can't kill it. So, Flawless Maneuver. And I know I said I probably wasn't going to do Flawless Maneuver earlier because our commander costs 5, but if, it takes all the way until turn 5 in order to cast our commander, we get to play a bunch of stuff before that our opponents probably won't necessarily block with, because they'll be like, oh, I have enough creatures, I don't need to block anytime soon, against these 1/1s. But eventually these 1/1s become like, 5/5s. And by then our commander's out. Teferi's Protection. Ooh. Yeah. Teferi's Protection would definitely work. Because you get to take all your creatures out. Teferi's Protection. Heroic Intervention. Teferi's Protection, which is like Scryfield's having. I must be asking Scryfield too many cards. Caustic Wasps. What the hell? Oh, wait. No. I know Caustic Caterpillar. What the hell is Caustic Wasps? Heroic Intervention. Yep. Unbreakable Formation costs 3 mana, right? Like, so does Teferi's Protection. Yeah, I only want so many 3 mana, like your board can't be destroyed, right? Let me do Caustic Wasps. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may destroy. Oh, that's like not too bad if we were doing, more like artifact and enchantment removal, which we do kind of need to have, but that's what Beast Within is for. We can also do interaction. Is not just like, hey, my board doesn't get wiped, but like Path to Exile is interaction. Is there anything that this token go wide strategy deck does a little bit better for us with removal? Aura Shards? Ooh, that's huge. Aura Shards is huge right here. Aura Shards, really good. I honestly hate this card. It is one of my least favorite cards. It's been one of my least favorite cards ever since I started playing Commander. Esper Santa A. That sounds like an alchemy card. Hey Nate, how you doing? Swords Path, Devouring Light. Ooh, see now, Devouring Light. See, yeah. This is the type of stuff I'm talking about here, right? It in our deck, this card could uniquely be free, right? Like it could just be tap token, tap token, tap token. You can block with 3 tokens and then tap them, instant speed, exile, target attacking or blocking, which is why this card's definitely not going to go in. We need something that just like straight up exiles anything. Skyclave Apparition doesn't necessarily do anything more in our deck than not. You're not wrong, Skyclave. And same with the Bane of Progress. Bane of Progress is perfectly fine in green. Absolutely fine. It's not necessarily getting us past any sort of like, you know, addition with our commander. Aura Shards I like because it's just like, hey, what's the strength of our commander? Infinite creatures. Awesome. Well, now we have infinite enchantment and artifact removal. That's like my personal, like, oh yeah, this really fits. In the trenches, in the trenches. 3 mana, creatures you control get +1/+1, and pay 6 mana, exile target non-land permanent you don't control until this leaves the battlefield. You know, that is kind of funny. You know what? As an Anthem, I do gotta say that do be kind of funny. That, you know, that is a funny card. The 6 mana is definitely too much, but I respect In the Trenches. Let me show you what the art looks like, or what it looks like, chat. So I'm just speaking to the void here. Reprieve, Prey Upon, trust me, Wrap in Vigor. Wrap in Vigor. Regenerate each creature. Oh, okay. Regenerate each creature you control. That's like pretty interesting. I'll give you that one. What do you think of Othari Sun's Glory as a commander? What do I think of Othari Sun's Glory? You mean this little baby right here, Nate the Ape? I think Athari Sun's Glory can easily be one of your most aggressive decks that your play group might actually ban you from playing if you get too consistent with it. Just saying. So yes, if you go ahead and check on Moxfield, moxfield.com, Kurohitsuki, that's the deck templating website that we're using. Look up my name and you'll see my Athari list. Clever Concealment, yes! Yes. Clever Concealment. There we go. Perfect. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's going to be way better than Wrap in Vigor. Right? Because it's hinging, and there's a new Final Fantasy art for it, right? There's a new Final Fantasy art for Clever Concealment. Pay 4 mana or Convoke, so any number of the creatures we tap, we'll take care of that, either the colorless or the color. Any number of target non-land permanents we control, phase out. We get to survive board wipes. Our opponents do not. I'm trying to build a deck around Joshua and Clive from Final Fantasy 16. It's your first time building. Eevee, one of the, I think actually, the commander deck that I chose to build for Final Fantasy 16 was Joshua, specifically. I think it was. In fact, I can check. Yes, Joshua is one of my choices for Final Fantasy 16 commander deck build. So what I would say is follow the channel. And we'll literally build the deck soon. It'll be the last deck we build, but we will literally be building the deck eventually. Where do I play at? On Spell Table online. Overload the Winds of Rebellion. Winds of Abandon is heinous work. Yes, it is. Nature's Claim. Nature's Claim is not bad at all, Armin. Aura Shards just does a lot of work. And thank you very much for coming, follower. Let me do... What does someone suggest? Silence. Silence is pretty good too. Return to Dust a little slow. Winds of Abandon. Wobbler, Winds of Abandon. Like, it is a one-sided board wipe. So now, see, yeah, Winds of Abandon is really good because it is a one-sided board wipe that, if we overload for 6 mana, which is entirely doable. Like, we could play our commander turn 5 and then Winds of Abandon turn 6 and just, kind of kill. So not only does Winds of Abandon allow us to... We have literally no in-engine interaction. Yeah, there's like... It's hard. It's hard for tokens. I think that we can find a couple more convoke things, but we might have to just rely on like your typical green white removal package. Um, but Winds of Abandon allows us to remove all of our opponent's boards and then swing out with all of our tokens. And when Renoa attacks as well, one of our creatures gets that much bigger because of all the tokens that we have. It's not hard. Yeah, it's not hard. And we don't care about tokens. We care about creatures. The tokens are just convenient because they're an easy way to get a lot of creatures. That's true. That's also true. That's also true. Kutzil, Malman, Exemplar, Hour of Reckoning. Hour of Reckoning is pretty good too. Hour of Reckoning is if we get enough mana, we get to pump and make a bunch of angels. But we do actually have a creature angel that lets us basically do Hour of Reckoning even sooner. Do you not use a Planeswalker? We have a Planeswalker. Okay, so this is our interaction pieces. Intrepid Hero. Intrepid Hero also completely works just fine, yeah. So let's go back over here. Let's look at the interaction pieces that we or add our interaction pieces. And then once we add our lands, we're going to see what we got to take out. Because this is, it's a deck building process. We're all... Chat is giving so many really good answers. It's hard to find like the best ones, right? But that's why we talk about this. Flawless. And no deck is going to be perfect, right? This deck is definitely just like a 3 at best, right? Or honestly even just like a 2 to play against your opponents. I think that this is precon level, especially modern day precon level. I don't even think we're using any game changers. And, considering our commander is just not really asking much for us, just to have as many creatures as possible, somehow give trample and then swing. I really do say that, like, yeah, this is a bracket level 2 deck. Wait, you should check Kutzil out. Trust. Oh yeah, protection and card draw. Yes, as long as we have anthems out, Kutzil is really, really good card draw. Kutzil? What is it? Kutzil. Yeah, Kutzil is really good. Kutzil, Malamet Exemplar, so that's this card here that chat's talking about. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn, which if we actually have 2 cards that say that. We have Voice of Victory and Kutzil, Malamet Exemplar that's saying, hey, don't cast spells on our turn. And then whenever one or more creatures you control, each with power greater than its base power toughness, basically if we have any single anthem on the battlefield and our creatures hit, we get to draw a card, which I'm honestly pretty for. This will count as a card draw source. Which, yeah. First stream, by the way. Love deck building. Hope to catch another one. Hey, Logan, I hope that you catch another one as well. Thank you so much. Please do follow the channel and everything so you can see the next ones we build. Oh my god, Aura Shards is a, it is a game changer, as it should be, because it's kind of a super fun card. Teferi's Protection is also a game changer. We're still within the 3 mark, though. Alright, what is this? This is interaction. Interaction. Oh. Protection counts as interaction. We'll have those as 2 separate categories, protection and interaction. Elspeth Tyrell is definitely a choice for us. And just so what people say it, Elspeth Tyrell. So Elspeth Tyrell, 5 mana, pay +2, gain 1 life for each creature you control, which does keep us alive. -2, make 3 soldiers, which is also good. And then the -5 is destroy all other permanents except for lands and tokens. That's a lot. That could be really, really powerful. Waka? Really? Waka? Devoted Guardian? Deals combat damage to destroy up to 1 charge. Put a counter on it. Beginning if a counter is placed on Waka. Yeah, reach trample, and then put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. Yeah, Waka is perfectly fine here as well. Not from the same Final Fantasy universe, of course. But Waka, it helps remove artifacts and equipment or sorry, enchantments and artifacts. Elspeth does let us do a big giant board wipe. Elspeth does take away our anthems though, right? So like suddenly, unless we have creature anthems, we would blow up the board, but we have a bunch of 1/1s that only deal 1 damage and not, like the 5 damage that they could have been doing, which is sometimes worse than like leaving a board undestroyed. Okay, but right now we're at 69 cards. And I do want to add, I have like, on Moxfield, you can add different packages, just like, cards that, go in kind of every deck. So like the Selesnya mana base, I'm just going to hit that. Typically it just kind of adds the mana rocks if we really want them, which, I mean, we do want some mana rocks in here because we haven't really gone super heavy into like mana dorks or ramp. And then these lands here, if you're looking at this deck build, these are just lands that, get them if you can, right? Promenade, Command Tower, that's like an obvious one, right? But if you can't get the Verge, it's fine, None of these are especially important. These are just typical green-white good lands to have, right? And then let me do, that's 14 cards. I want to make sure that it's, 10 forests. 10 forests and 10 plains. Right, so that's 34 lands. I definitely want to go up on that. Let's do add 2 more. 36 lands. I think 36 is fine. Lapse of Certainty. I think for Lapse of Certainty, this deck is green white. We're not going to be able to like necessarily stop other people from comboing off when our main form of like attacking or winning or stopping people from winning is just attacking with a relentless horde of tokens that they'll either have to use their game-winning pieces to block with, or or we just try to endure them, green white's a little difficult in terms of the like, okay, how much interaction can we put in here to make sure other people don't win, but that we also win, and our strategy is tokens, or at least go wide. It's not the easiest thing. So there are some concessions that we have to make. Lapse of Loyalty is one of those concessions. Rocks in green, no, I agree, Wobbler. I'm not a big fan of rocks in green. I'm not the biggest fan of it. We can throw in a Soul Ring because like, hey, it's Soul Ring. But I don't really gotta do that much more than that. Mana Dorks is more the vibe for green. Gaia's Crater would be amazing land if you can skip Rent. Yeah, I would never. We have Growing Rights of Itlamok, which is Gaia's Cradle at home. I'm not the type of person to necessarily recommend a Gaia's Cradle for a deck build. I'm just that. Yeah, all power to you. If you got it, use it. I just ain't gonna be the one who's like, hey man, here's like a bracket, kind of basically like 2, but it has some game changers, so kind of 3. Also, make sure Gaia Cradle's in there. It's like, that's just not really like the vibe of this, right? But we could do with some more Mana Dorks, and we're at 108 cards right now already. We do need to go down on some. So I already said that we're gonna go down on a couple of the the token doublers. I think personally, we could kind of just stick it into like mono white as our token double aspect. Yeah, like this is literally the same card. We could just keep it all mono white, right? We could just keep it all mono white. This is Final Fantasy Magic. Yep. $2,000 card is definitely needed in this deck. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's just no way to play it. Get the birds. We had birds. Paradise. Oh my god, let's put Paradise Druid, right? Birds of Paradise. Bop. We don't need these. Birds of Paradise. Mana Dork, yep. What other Mana Dorks? I mean, like, we could... are you on Purple app? Yes. We are live on Twitch, TikTok and YouTube all at once. So if you want to find me at all those places, you can. Heliod for the mana base. Hall of Heliod? Do we need Hall of Heliod? What? That just gets like enchantments back to our hand, right? I don't think that's... Yeah, I mean, that just puts the enchantment from our graveyard to the top, which is fine. You can definitely do that. It's not the most pressing issue we have, if I'm being honest with you. But, I mean, yeah, it's a super fair card to have. It's just not the most pressing issue. It's not integral to the game plan here. Let's see. Helia, yeah, in the mana base still, yeah. Going to YouTube, see you in a minute. Thank you very much, bud. Appreciate it. All right, welcome there. All right, we're at 105 cards. It's just most of the token doublers and anthems are enchantments. That's kind of fair. Only one. And the anthems are, right? Because we don't have too many creatures that are just say like give +1/+1. It is mainly enchantments that do it as well. I mean, hey. I don't think that it's hurting us to have Hall of Heliod's Generosity in here at all. It's like a perfectly fine card. We could literally just take out like, you know, planes, and we'll be pretty fine. Summoner's Grimoire? What does that do? Is that just... Summoner's Grimoire, isn't that just like a generically good green card? This is just a generically good green card. Definitely not. Not in this style deck. Kalani Garden? Yes. Colony Garden. Colony Garden is right here. Enters tapped, but it makes a token when it comes in, so it just like literally does the thing that we're already trying to do. Still at 36 lands. And technically, if we do a decent mana base, we can go down on lands probably, but we still want to make sure that we are dorking it up. Do we just do a tried and true Llanowar Elves and kind of call it a day? Sorry, I just looked up a good Final Fantasy Magic cards. That's fair, bud. Don't worry about it. Stormherd is always a funny white token maker. It is a funny white token maker. It is a very funny white token maker. Apparently, I already have it as a token maker. I don't know where. I don't know where the Stormherd is. Oh, that's the... Right. Create X where X is your life total. Yeah, we're not going to get up to that much mana. We don't have it like that. There's a card, Privileged Position. What does that one do for us? Privileged Position. I feel like... It's fine. Other permanents we have hexproof. We're just gonna get through it. Cause also do note that our commander, Renoa, is any target creature you control gets it, right? It doesn't have to be Angelo. It could be anyone, right? So we don't need like the whole board to have hexproof. We just kind of want to swing. Are we running Mughul's Valor? No, we aren't actually. Savala can give you card draw too. Okay. All right. We can do Savala? How do you spell Savala? Oh, Selvala, that's right. Yeah, I'm always saying Savala. Selvala, the Explorer returned as Mana Dork. And draw. I'm gonna mainly make it under Mana Dork, but like, you know. It's incidental draw. Zavala is more likely to draw your opponent's cards. Most of our shit is small. Oh, no, not that one. Not the mono green one. This one. The Explorer Return. Explorer Returned. Yeah. Enduring Vitality could be great ramp if you get it out. We have Enduring Vitality. Yep, it is. Yep, we got that. Alright, so chat, we gotta go down 6 cards, and then we're kind of done. I think that Rosie Cotton isn't necessarily needed here. Rosie Cotton is good. She's great. I don't think that we necessarily need her here. We are making tokens, but putting a plus and counter on like a specific card isn't like what we're trying to do. We're not necessarily trying to go tall. We're trying to go wide, but like, you know, give the wide, just like a wide buff wingspan. You know what I mean? You know, that's why there's just like a little bit of anthems in here, but not too many. Draw sources. A Chromos will counts as draw? No, I don't think so. Chromos will counts as interaction. More like protection, but yeah. That's not good. We don't want to give our opponents cards. I agree with that. It's just that we also get cards and mana out of it. I mean, that Green White Zavala is like a pretty popular card. Even outside of like group hug decks, I would still see it. You know, Wobbler, you know I'm someone that doesn't like to give people cards. Like, you know I'm there with you. I think in this sort of deck where we kind of just only need a little bit more draw, a little bit more mana, I think it's kind of fine. This is also like very firmly bracket like basically 2. It just happens to have like 3 game changers. Draw a card differently numbered, yeah, differently named creature tokens is gonna be huge. Cast a creature spell, draw a card, tokens, draw cards, draw cards. Draw cards. Anthem, Mana Dorks. We gotta take 5 out. I'd sooner run Elvis Visionary than that Zavala. You know what? That and Wobbler, super fair, is gonna be in here for now. Your work here is done. Remember, peeps, math is for blockers. Have a good night. Yo, Lumber, thank you so much, bud. Appreciate you. But Rosie goes infinite. Does she go infinite with the deck list that we have right now? Does she go infinite with this deck list, and does she stop? I know that Rosie has the potential to go infinite in a couple of decks. I just don't know if she goes infinite in this one, and if she has the ability to stop. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. But Rosie does go infinite. Like, listen, is she? Yeah, with not necessarily a ham sandwich, but like a sandwich. It's not too difficult. I do like that this Freylease is very multi-purpose, you know? I think Wand of the World Soil might be a little too much. Each creature you control, they gain Vigilance and Trample until end of turn. Arachno. Gotta get rid of 4 cards. Carry the Hoof might be the finisher you need, and Pollen here might be an alternative. Carry the Hoof is in here. Which one's Pollen? She needs Scary Oak or Radstag. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Armin. Yeah. Which we're definitely just like not doing right now. Also, Porcelain Doll Maker's shop is going to be like a super huge boon for us. That's how we're going to win in a lot of ways. Thank you very much for the follow there, MTG Deck Tech. Appreciate that. I really like Night Soil. Secure the Waste, Skrell's Hive. I'm thinking of not doing Soldier. I'm thinking that a 3 mana, yes, it's like constant, but like a 2 mana one kind of does it just as good. I'm thinking that we don't need all of these. Thinking that we don't need that much Soldier. Upkeep. Your end step, exile is something important. Get a thing from it. Protection was pretty good. Clever Concealment, Flawless Maneuver, Heroic Intervention, Token Doublers. We only have 4 in here. We only have 4. We're going to see 1 a game, basically, right? Token Making Creatures. I'm just going to Token Making Creatures. Hello? Change? Okay, whatever. March of the Multitudes, rabble rousing. I like rabble rousing. It's one of my favorite cards in terms of getting tokens. You're right. We haven't seen that card since Fallout launched. Yeah, exactly. We gotta go down on 3 cards, chat, and then we're kind of set. How good is Overlord of the Mistmoors in Commander? Right? How good is Overlord of the Mistmoors in Commander? 7 drop. You get, or you know, I guess for 4 you get 2/2/1s with flying. Damn. Okay, that is actually pretty. That's pretty fine. That's pretty all right, actually, right? That one's actually like pretty okay. That one's pretty all right. Damn, there's not a single one of these cards I really want to get rid of. Let's see. Whenever deals combat damage to player, create that many Tyranids. Doesn't help us on attack. It helps us like when we're rebuilding, but if we just simply never lose in the first place, we can avoid having Tyranids. Let's see. Reach, trample, combat damage to player, destroy up to 1 target, counter on Waka, or +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. 3 more cards, chat. 3. Oh, did I not say soldier? Oh, I wanted to get rid of this. Uh-oh. We have an issue with Moxfield right now. I think it fixed itself. I'm not the biggest fan of Soldier Program. And oh, our tags are loading. Okay. Looks like Scryfall has having a little bit of trouble right now. You want to add Seymour and Temel to your commander deck? Which commander, Edmund? Non-token creature maker. I think Itlamok goes. It comes online too late. Really? Really? You think Itlamok's too slow? I mean, like, probably on a mathematical level, it doesn't come out turn 4, right? I mean, well, no, I think on turn 4, you can definitely flip it, right? Really? The deck is so fire it's glitching. True, honestly. I agree. I really do like Waka. I don't like having to put +++ encounters on our creatures to avoid. That's kind of like why we avoided Cathar's Crusade. Waka destroying, of course, artifacts and opponent controls is good. Like, it is. I do just believe that Waka is better, certainly better than, like, you know, +++ encounter decks that are going sicko mode. Ramp's job is to get us going early. Itlamok gives us a shit ton of mana after we don't care about it anymore. Okay. I could see that. We could get rid of Goring Rights. Alright. And there we go. I mean, we're at 100 with these. We are at 100 here. And this is at the very least a really good start, right? A solid start. I think Mistmoor is kind of bad. I mean, it's like, at 4 mana. Like, at 4 mana, it's like, okay, right? Like, 4 mana, you get 2/2/1s that fly. Use those for blockers and stuff. You're off Avenger here, by the way. Hoof is just better at 6 CMC. Well, if we have the choice betwixt the two, we're going to put one in over the other. You know what? I agree. We could ditch Avenger and do Chord of Calling instead. I think we do Chord of Calling instead. Right? Because now, instead of like, oh, do we choose between having Avenger or Craterhoof Behemoth? It's Craterhoof Behemoth or tutoring for Craterhoof Behemoth. But either one is fine. Yeah. And it has Hitsune Miku art, so, you know. Tutor. You know what? Craterhoof 2. Not Creatorhoof. Creatorhoof 2. Creatorhoof 2 Electric Boogaloo. Where did I put Creatorhoof in? Trample? Oh, Lord? Anthems? Oh! Do I not have a critter in the dock? Oh, well, that was one of the win cons. So definitely supposed to be here. Oops. Yeah, Elspeth, sorry. Yeah, Cradle of Behemoth has to be in here for sure. I remember me putting it in too, but I mean, global tags are off. I just apparently, yeah, no, fuck, I guess I didn't. All right, so we'll put that in the finisher section. Do I have a section called Craterhoof Behemoth? I do. I literally have a global section just called Craterhoof Behemoth, and that's honestly that's funny to me. This pleases me. Craterhoof Behemoth deserves its own section. It's probably way at the bottom of things I've used. Craterhoof Behemoth and this deck, well, whatever. Craterhoof Behemoth is fine. We have 2 Craterhoof Behemoth. Last March of the Ents. You know what? Last March of the Ents, Nero would be bad. Because Last March of the Ents is a card based off of what? Like the biggest toughness on the battlefield? Oh, I guess if we... Okay. No, we would have to swing with our commander and other creatures, right? Or swing with our commander, give another creature an insanely high toughness, and then after that, we would Last March of the Ents to get a big board state, but we're done with combat already. So even if we had Craterhoof to give us haste, we're done with combat. It would actually be a bad idea. If you haven't seen Pollen Shield here, I think it's great. Isn't Pollen Shield just like prevent damage and populate? Does not do super good here. If it's Convoke, then that's a different thing. Alright. I think this is a decent start, chat. I think at the very least, this is just a decent start to what a deck could look like for Renoa. Renoa. There we go. Got it. Last March asks us to have hexproof mana and board state to make a value play. Exactly. It's a good way to put it. It is technically, I think with, yeah, it's bracket 2 game changers, 1 tutor. This is technically bracket 3 upgraded, and I think that does kind of like fit the vibe of this deck. You know, Teferi's Protection is just kind of here to help. Aura Shards, it's a good card. You know, it fits in the fact that we make a bunch of creatures. But I think the general strategy of this deck is pretty too. I think this is a hardcore precon, if I'm being honest with you. Slightly better. You would get like 8 cards drawn. Last March, yeah. Clever Concealment and Grand Crescendo. We have Clever Concealment. Grand Crescendo would actually be really good as protection. Kind of just comes down to how, like, Clever Concealment is good. Flawless Maneuvers are straight up free, and Heroic Intervention is basically, it is Grand Crescendo, just minus like the X of getting more tokens. But this also protects our permanents, so we're kind of like fine on our 3 protections. We only need our board to like kind of survive once, really. The rest we can kind of rebuild. Because of our token doublers, every single creature that gets produced by our deck, even at like, you know, even if we're kind of restarting the game, just produces that much more. The Venture X equal to the it's an adventure. Plus X equal to 1 creature to all creatures. Or, oh, yeah, no, we're good. Exactly. There's exactly 1 other card legal that has Renoa in it. Grand doubles up as tokens and protection. Could cast an X spell for it. We have Secure the Waste. I think I agree. Like, Secure the Waste can be traded for Grand Crescendo. Grand Crescendo can definitely be traded out for, or trade in for Secure the Waste. She technically is the Art of Jumbo. Is she really in the Art of Jumbo Cactuar? That's funny. Is the Jumbo Cactuar from Final Fantasy 8. Yeah, there we go. 8. Nailed it. All right, chat. This is the deck right here. Okay, this is it. So let's do a quick overview. Just one quick overview, and then we're going to go to the next commander deck, which I'm excited to go over because the next commander deck is... Oh, Choco. Chat, don't you want to get to Choco as soon as possible? Let's just build the Chocobo deck. Come on now. All right. So, Rinoa Heartily from Final Fantasy VIII. This is basically, you know, Baby's first green-white Selesnya go wide deck. Green-white go wide deck. But we get to kind of put a bunch of power on a cute little dog and try to swing at people, right? So Rinoa Heartily is a 3 green and a white 4/4 legendary creature, human rebel warlock. When Rinoa enters, create Angelo, a 1/1 green white dog creature token, and Angelo Cannon. Whenever Rinoa Heartily attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. So the whole point of this deck is to go wide, or basically produce as many creatures as we can, right? Creatures as we can, so that we can either buff up Angelo or just any other creature we control, and they can swing in for ideally lethal. And those tokens themselves can also attack, right? Like, they don't have to just sit there. We can attack with more than just Angelo. So what we want to do with this deck is go wide with creatures, buff those creatures up with anthems and different pieces like that, and then make sure that we're like drawing cards, getting mana, doing what we need to make sure that this deck can kind of like survive into the late game when we start taking people out, because our commander does cost 5 mana. And I mean, once we take out one person, she's probably gonna die. We got to make sure that we can cast her again. So the first things that we wanted to cover are the token makers in the deck, right? So first of all, we went over 14 different token making creatures. Creatures themselves that when we cast them, because we gotta, you know, present defenders, and adds the amounts of creatures on our board state, creatures that end up making other creatures. Amara, Soul of the Accord, whenever she taps, she makes a 1/1 creature, right? So, hey, she counts as not just one creature, but eventually like a whole army of them, right? Kadira, whenever she deals combat damage, and she has Trample, she would be a really, really good card to put Rinoa's trigger on. But she has Trample. Whenever she deals combat damage, she makes a token for each token that you've made this turn. Charismatic Conqueror. Every time your opponents want to have a creature come to play not tapped, you make a token for it. Illustrious Wanderglyph and Tendershoot Dryad. Both cards that just give us an 1/1 every single upkeep, including ours and our opponents, right? So we had a lot of good cards in here that make tokens pretty much passively, right? They don't have to do too much, or if they have to do it, it's kind of like free 99. Swing with Trample, I mean, we can do that, right? Cast other creatures, we can do that. Go to our turn and swing at someone, we can do that. So a lot of the creature token makers are pretty awesome here, right? Then next, we wanted to go over to non-creature token makers, because we could have just sat here all day naming every creature token maker that's good, and there will be a lot of creatures, there will be a lot of non-creatures. We want to have a pretty decent split between the two, because some of these non-creatures deserve their time in the sun. Arachnogenesis allows us to just ignore combat and damage on one turn and make a bunch of creatures. Awakening Zone gives us a token that can trigger other things going on in our deck, and something that allows us to, well, get a mana dork out of it, right? Dollmaker's Shop and Porcelain Gallery. Now this is this is good. This is a really, really good double-sided thing. Not only does it make tokens when we start attacking and achieving those goals, but then also on the other side, all of our creatures get an incredibly huge buff, right? A lot of these cards do double duty. Elspeth Sun's Champion produces tokens and is a board wipe for creatures that are too big for our tokens. Grand Crescendo saves our board from destruction as well as makes tokens. And March of the Multitudes just says, hey, tap all these tokens that you've already made, just make even more of them, right? So there's a lot of non-creature spells in here, Oketra's Monument especially, that can help us with our token making plan. Next, we wanted to talk about the anthems, right? I've talked enough about the anthems themselves. Let's go over a couple of them. We did mention already a couple of cards that do one job, or like they're in a deck for one job, but they also do another one. So the anthem package here isn't entirely complete, but these are cards that are just straight up anthems. Akroma's Memorial, just giving all of our creatures flying, first strike, vigilance, trample, haste. Awesome, right? If we can pay 7 mana to then swing our board state and maybe just win. So this 7 mana card is worth it, right? Beastmaster's Ascension. From turn 3, we can just start swinging with little guys who eventually become really, really huge guys. Flowering of the White Tree. Our commander gets ward 1 and just gets bigger. And then also every other card we have just gets +1/+1 for 2 mana. Excuse me. +1/+1 for 2 mana. Intangible Virtue, +1/+1, and our tokens have vigilance. And Reconnaissance, this counts as an anthem because now we can swing with a bunch of triggers, and we can swing our entire board state. Our opponents will block whatever they're going to block, and then we can take the cards that would be blocking out of combat, and the rest of our cards actually do hit, right? So Reconnaissance ends up being like a damage nullification as well as just a vigilance maker. It's actually really, really cool. And then, hey, listen, sometimes we have a breaking case of glass. Yeah, I'm going to keep that. Triumph of the Hordes, right? Give all of our creatures +1/+1, trample, and infect, and I mean, we just kind of go to town. But of course, Craterhoof Behemoth, which honestly has a section all its own. Craterhoof Behemoth is our ultimate win con, being able to get a board full of creatures, and then Craterhoof to win. Awesome, right? Like let's just get there. It'll all work out. Core of the Calling helps us get there even sooner. Next up, we have draw abilities because we need to make sure that we're constantly fueling our hand. We can play our spells. I'm pretty confident in our ability, both mana-wise and all that, to play our spells. But we got to be able to keep drawing them, too. So, Audience with Tristani, drawing cards for each differently named token we control. We have a lot of differently named tokens. Warriors, soldiers, plants. I mean, actually, the wonderful website moxfield.com actually lets us look at what the tokens that we made, right? We make Angelo, we make cats, we make citizens, we make Eldrazi angels, Eldrazi spawn, druids, dryads, gnomes, heroes, frogs, etc., etc. The list goes on, right? So there's a lot of separately named tokens that we make. Spirit, apparently, that we're gonna like get a huge draw value off of one Audience with Tristani. Beast Whisperer, we play creatures that make other tokens. We want to draw cards. Benny Brax, we make tokens, draw cards. Takasia's Welcome, Caretaker's Talent, make tokens, draw cards. Malmud Exemplar, we have a board state that's getting anthems. That board state hits, they have bigger power than their base power and toughness, draw cards. So we're in a pretty, really, even though there's only 7, we honestly only need to see 1 or 2 of them in a game to kind of start feeling the value that they make. So it's not the biggest thing in the world. We don't need like 12 of these. And then we have Mana Dorks, Mana Rocks, Mana Sources, Cryptolith Rite, Enduring Vitality, Jaheira. These are all cards that allow our creatures, the tokens that we're making, to tap to cast the big giant spells that we have. So, right, our X spells become that much more powerful because all of our tokens can now tap to buff them up. All of our creatures, I should say. Protection. We have Clever Concealment, another Convoke spell, Flawless Maneuver. Once our commander comes out, we just need to survive 1 or 2 turns, then we start going, and then the Heroic Intervention just saves our Tuckus. And then Token Doublers. I don't think I went over those yet. Token Doublers. There are a lot of token doublers in green-white. You know, we looked at Doubling Season, we looked at Primal Vigor. There's even more than just these 4, but we don't need all 6. As chat mentioned, we don't need all 6. Just 4 is fine, because we only really need to see 1 of these per game to just accelerate our deck into winning. And the lands are kind of just doing what lands things. There are some green-white lands that are a little bit better on the tokens than others, but really, just kind of get in there. And then interactions are our last thing that we want to talk about. Akroma's Will is just a big unblockable board that we can swing with. Aura Shards allows us to destroy any artifact or equipment for the rest of the game. Teferi's Protection. Both of these are game changers, so that kind of buffs the power level of this deck up a little bit. but they are a little bit necessary, because once we start adding more cards that take out equipment and that take out auras, equipment, and all those other things, the deck starts to lose a little bit of its token go wide identity. So Teferi's Protection just keeps us going for another time, and Winds of Abandon, one-sided board wipe. Get rid of everyone's creatures, and then just crash out with your board state. And there we go. That's our first crack at Rinoa Heartily from Final Fantasy VIII. I think she's, I think this is a pretty fun deck. If you really wanted to Angel El Cannon in Magic the Gathering, this is going to be your first way to do it. So thank you very much for checking out our deck tech. Be sure, if you're trying to pick up any of these cards, go to coolstuffinc.com, use code Kuro, so you can pick up all these cool things, especially their Chroma's Memorial. You're definitely going to need that. Or hey, something as cheap as Intangible Virtue. All of those things are 5% off on coolstuffinc.com and use code Kuro. And go to Moxfield, because that's where we built this deck, and it has a tester that you can use to test this deck out. Now on to Big Bird. Yes, now on to Big Bird, chat. So give me a quick second while I kind of switch over. I gotta make sure everything is ready to go. But yes, the next commander that we're going to do is Big Bird themselves. So give me just like Twitch. I'm gonna put you on just like a 3-minute ad break thing. YouTube chat. It's just whatever's gonna happen to you. You know nothing of MTG tweet. Sorry, I was just kind of recording a little segment there. But you know nothing of Magic. Well, you open the collector boosters with your son, and you got to stay with me. What deck can I build with it? Well, what did you open, Teebs? Sorry, I didn't mean to kind of like ignore what you were saying. It really comes down to what you opened in your collector booster, right? Any legendary creature, any card that says legendary creature that you open in your collector booster, which honestly, I could almost guarantee you opened at least 2 or 3 of them, that can be made into a deck if you want, right? Just find any card that looks cool to you, and you can make a whole deck around it, right? That's actually what we're doing right now with Rinoa Heartily. We made an entire deck all about her. Okay. You bought the box of 12 packs. Nice. Okay, that's the 12 packs? Is that the bundle? The bundle has 12 packs, I think. That's pretty sick. So that's they called it Rhystic. Oh, you opened a Rhystic study? Oh, that's pretty good. My professional Magic the Gathering opinion for you. Collector box has 12. Oh, collector booster bot, right. Duh. Thank you. My personal advice would be to go to your local game store. Just go to some game store. And if you're trying to make a deck out of the things that you're opening, especially Rhystic Study, the one that you opened is, it's an expensive card actually, and you would get a lot of value by like kind of trading it into a card store so that they can give you store credit, and then you can actually like with that store credit get cards to build a deck with, right? That one card, the one Rhystic Study, won't necessarily like make an entire deck for you, but the value of that card could honestly make a deck for, like, you can make a deck with. All right, have a wonderful night, Slap. Good to see you. All right, I gotta get ready. Twitch chat, I'm putting you on the ad break. Putting you in ad timeout, because we gotta. All right. My decks. Final Fantasy. Next deck is Choco. Seeker of Paradise. From Final Fantasy 1X. And then Choco. Alright. That's Choco right there. Let's swap over this screen. Different background. Interesting things. Yeah, sorry I don't have like a straight up answer just like, hey, build this deck out of that. But I promise that the value that you get from that card and kind of like what it can do to help you make an entire deck is going to be a lot more fun. It's going to be a lot more fun. Yeah, you could. What I suggest, Teeps, there's these decks, and actually, if it's your first time opening anything Magic the Gathering with your child, I would get this box right here. It's called the Starter Kit. Final Fantasy starter kit, especially if you like Final Fantasy. This gives you it for me. It was like $20, like literally at a local game store. I don't know what it is for you. I'm pretty sure you could just trade the Ristic Study for this box here and extra packs to upgrade the decks here. But it gives you two decks that you can play against your child with, and helps you get into Magic, right? So there's a deck right here, deck right here. I would suggest doing that personally. That would be my suggestion. Yeah, I think that's actually the best way to do this. Your layout is great, top tier. Great, top tier. Thank you so much. I spend a lot of time on it. A lot of time on it. All right, chat. Choco. Oh my goodness. All right. The ad break is still on. Let me go get some food to nibble on. Ooh, do I see the playmat that I'm on? Yes, dude. There's a might not be able to see it, but yeah, I'm on a playmat. So hype for that. All right, chat. I'll be right back. I gotta get some nibbles in me, and then we're gonna dive right on into Choco, Seeker of Paradise. Okay. And I'll give you a sneak peek of the first thing that we're gonna talk about. Don't start telling me about it yet. Okay. Don't throw cards at me yet. But the first thing we are gonna look at is just literally like, give me every Chocobo. Give me every Chocobo. Chocobo? Yeah. All right. That's going to be the first topic of just like, chat, we got to talk about every single Chocobo in the set. Then we go into, like birds and all of that sort of stuff. So I'll be right back, okay? Alrighty. Chat, we're back. I have some snacks on me because I need to consume. Just like you're about to have to consume some edumacation here. Do I need these headphones on? Why do I do that? I can't hear myself. Shit. All right. There he is, chat. Choco, Seeker of Paradise. Oh my goodness, my ears. I have my notes. I'm ready here with my notes. Whew. Hey, House of Lithomancy. Thank you very much for the big old spicy raid. Let's go. Let's go. We got the light show going off in the background. I love these lights. I love them so much. Thank you very much for making them flash. Thank you very much for the follow, Leviathan Knight. Leviathan King. How's the Lithomancy? How are you doing today? Thank you so much for the big old spicy raid. And I hope that you had a wonderful, wonderful stream. Alrighty. Let's do the thing. House of Lithomancy. Hope you had a wonderful time. Playing some Magic? Yes. We're about to start. We're actually right now we're about to dive into Choco, Seeker of Paradise. So you're here just in time for us to start talking about the one and only Chocobo Bird. Trade routes. Under. Ooh, blue. Ooh, okay. Trade routes is good, Dartaco. Just took down the arch enemy. You flip sideways, cook a fish, and the camping site off a Gilded Goose. What is happening? What? That's why all the words that you just said are not. None of them are in the Bible of Magic, but they aren't like they will be now once the set actually comes out, which I think it is out now actually. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Silly Sushi Stream, good to see you. We'll have to bring up trade routes, Darthaco. And also, this was the if you follow me on any social medias, this was the ad I did on this deck box here. Or sorry, not this deck box, this water bottle for Vegas. You can collect different stickers from different content creators like yours truly. Here's some of those stickers right here. And you can actually get your water bottle filled out. Okay. Let's dive into Choco, chat. And if any raiders, if you want to join in on the conversation, please do. So, Choco, Seeker of Paradise, 1 green, white, and a blue for a 3/5 legendary creature bird. Whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may put one of them into your hand. Then, put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped and the rest into your graveyard. So it is interesting. Oh, sorry. And then landfall, whenever a land you control enters, Choco gets +1/0 until end of turn. Okay, so it is interesting that from what I'm seeing here, so 4 colors, right? Blue, white, and green. So Bant, you get a 3/5 bird. Whenever one or more birds you control attack, so Choco doesn't have to swing. It's just any birds that swing. You, for any number, you count all of those birds, right? You look at that many cards on the top of your library. One of those cards in your library goes to your hand. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be a counter spell. It could be a bird, whatever. One of those cards goes to your hand. Any amount of lands in that top amount of cards can go into the battlefield tapped. And then the rest go into your graveyard. So you do actually like mill a little bit with this deck in green, white, blue, which is not a common thing. We don't really get Bant mill. And we don't typically care for Bant mill. Like, it's not usually a strategy that we have, but it is something that we should think about and try to get some value from. Okay, so we're gonna make sure that we get value from the fact that we are milling. You know, all creatures, instants, sorceries, artifacts, planeswalkers that our Choco sees goes to the graveyard, all but one of them, and then the lands come into play tap. So that's gonna be one thing here. And then the second thing that I want to talk about, chat, just to like re-emphasize something, and I know this isn't, and I think it was in Maldhound's stream that I kind of started thinking about this. The landfall in this deck, or basically like the fact that we get a bunch of lands when we do anything, like when we go to attack and whatnot, I'm going to try to make the value of the land that we get be that we're casting more birds. So what I'm saying here is, yes, Choco has landfall. Yes, Choco does put in a bunch of lands, and it will trigger landfall. We are not making a landfall deck, right? We're making a bird deck, because the value is from like the birds that we're attacking with, right? We're making a bird deck that wants to beat people down with birds. Landfall is going to be kind of like this extra thing that we do to kind of help stay ahead of opponents while we beat them down with birds, but it's not going to be the only thing that we do, okay? So, of course, there's a section where I talk about landfall. Two parts where I'm talking about landfall here. Let's not just go for every single landfall card, right? Like, let's focus more on the bird aspect and less on just like, okay, well now I can finally play like Zendarkar's Royal, or now I can finally play like my 12th Scoot Swarm deck. We don't need to do that. The value is the fact that we have a lot more mana than everyone else. And a creature type that, well, I mean, it's the synergy piece too. So we're going to have infinite mana, infinite like legal lands on the battlefield, and synergy. And then also landfalls there. All your landfall decks turn into Eldrazi ramp decks. And that's one of the things, right, that I want, like, Christopher Elmore, I'm glad you said that. Yeah, a lot of landfall decks just kind of end up looking like big Eldrazi spells. Obviously, we're not going to do that here, right? Like, obviously, we're not going to turn Choco into an Eldrazi deck. Like, duh, right? We're going to allow Choco to be its own deck, its own bird type of thing. And especially after we just came from Bloomburrow, like, a little while ago, like, you know, let's give Bloomburrow some air to breathe. Birds like mirror entity. Yeah. Anyway, yes. Okay, so Scoot Swarm and Shambles. I know the absolute savagery of my insults. Okay, so first topic, right? And I already said what it's gonna be. Chat, I need you to help me find every freaking Chocobo. Okay, let's get every Chocobo out of the way. We want all the ones that can, probably all the ones that can be in here to be in here. So I need you to help me find them, because I can't just type in creature type Chocobo. I guess I would just do bird type and then list from recents. I guess I would do that. I guess I'm going to do that. But still, you're going to have to say it. Blue, white, green. Traveling Chocobo. Well, we did it, right? Oops. Okay, Traveling Chocobo, and then release date. I'm going to do release date, but then reverse it, so then it's gone forever. Okay, Traveling Chocobo. It's going to be number 1. Derevi is a Chocobo if you squint hard enough. I'm not squinting hard enough at Derevi. Zaloa, hey bud. I see you so soon. Oh wait, no. Yes. Oh, I can't wait, bud. Thank you very much for the resub, my friend. Ambrosa Wildheart, yep. Why is this not working the way I want it to work? Is she a bird? She's definitely a bird. Why isn't she on this list when I type in bird and then sort from recent? Weird. Anyway. Oh, I'm an idiot. I did text say bird, not type say bird. Okay. West Coast Bro, good to see you, bud. Looking forward to it. I'm so ready to travel. All right, Ambrosa Whiteheart, sorry. Boop. Boop. What else? Chocobo Racetrack. Yep. Chocobo Racetrack. Racetrack. Chocobo Racetrack. It has a Moogle on it. Chocobo Racetrack. What else? Can you whistle? Yeah. Summon Fat Chocobo. Summon Fat Choco. Chocobo. The fat one. Summon Fat Chocobo. Yep. Give me another one. Chocobo and Mog. Chocobo and Mog. Boop. Bartz and Baco. Yep. Bartz and Baco. Bartz calls her. Wow, they like really changed his design from Final Fantasy V, right? Side quest. Yep. Side quest. raise a chocobo. Oh, that's the 6th one here. Okay. And then let me just hold on while we're still here, just so I can make sure I get all these in, because like we're gonna like flavorfully we're gonna have every chocobo, or you know, every decent chocobo in here first. Then we're gonna make sure that the deck is like, you know, decking. But like, what else is the point of playing this deck? Ambrosia, White Heart, Chocobo, Racetrack, summon Fat Chocobo, summon Choco, Mog, Bartz, and Baco. What else? Well, give me more Chocobo. Let me see. The green side quest. Side quest. Raise a Chocobo. Gold Saucer is where you play Chocobo oh, really? Gold Saucer is where you play Chocobo Racing. That Gold Saucer card's kind of good. Oh, that's why it puts lands into play, right? Gasha Greens. Gashal Greens? How do you spell it? G-Y-S... Okay. Hell is that? Oh yeah, mix the chocobo. Yep. What else? Backside of side quest. Yeah. The side quest is this one here. Make the black chocobo. Is there another side quest one? Zaj. Yeah, Zaz. I forgot how to say his name. Is it Zaz? It's Zaz's chocobo, right? Zaz's chocobo. Yep. Yeah, I did the greens. I did the greens right here. Are you considering clones or cards like Mirror of the Forebearers? Probably not. It depends on if the cloning helps with typalism, sure, but other than that, no, I don't think so. There's like a lot of birds in Magic. Like, I don't know. I don't think we need to. Zaz is right. That's right. That's right. Zaz. We don't. I don't think that we need to. Yeah, this is this tag is gonna be bird. Proburb. He's just Proburb. Mockingbird. Yeah, right. Is a clone on play. Exactly. Shapeshift? Fuck no. And I say that respectfully, Darth Taco, but also disrespectfully. Fuck no. We don't need a single shapeshifter in this deck. We do not need it. There are enough birds in Magic. We don't need any shapeshifters. Every single card in this deck can have wings on it, alright? We don't need a single goddamn shapeshifter. Even the white one that makes all of our creatures have like XX power, I still refuse. We just don't need it. Offended. Good. Regalia out of the final Regalia? Regalia. My spelling is awful. The Regalia? Oh, sure. Hold on. We're right now, specifically, I'm looking for the chocobos. I want to make sure that we have every. I like Regalia too. Don't get me wrong. I want to make sure that we get every chocobo in here first before we start looking at the rest of the deck. You know, that we want to make sure that all the chocobo are here. Yeah. Hey, Moxfield. Hi. Speaking of Moxfield chat, look at all this. We got our tags enabled right here. Boop. Is this every chocobo? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Come on, there's more chocobo, right? No! No! There's no blue chocobo? Like, not counting that one? Really? Huh. No, Chocobo Kick is here. I guess that doesn't... okay, I guess technically that's not a Chocobo card. But, you know, it... Okay, sure. Travel, the overworld. Travel. Yeah, the overworld. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, affinity. Ooh, yikes. 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 Okay. Okay, well, I mean, we're gonna have land, but we're not gonna have that many land. Shit, never mind. You just started making your cloud deck? Nice! Which cloud? Chocobo Knights is just not a bird. Yeah. And it's about, like, counters on the card. There's Chocobos in red, not a creature, but it's the wrong color. Right. And because Moxfield's such a good website, since we're building a commander deck that's limited by just these colors, it's not going to waste my time showing me colors that can't go in here because this is a good website. Is there really no more? Isn't there another Chocobo Mog? There's another summon. I know there's another summon. Type bird. Type Saga? Shit, there's not. Damn it. Huh. I know, like, in standard, you know, everyone's like playing like the same 5 birds, so it feels like there's so much more, but damn, really? I'm gonna go to the Scryfall tagger and look at every single card that has a Chocobo on it. There's gotta be more, bro. There's gotta be more. Oh no, I think you're right. Ugh, you're right. Okay, fine, whatever. I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't just be like expecting that there's like 50 million Chocobo. That's on me. Okay, that's fine. Hey, listen, whatever. We're good. Chat, we're fine. Chat, it's okay. It's okay. So we have Chocobo here, and I guess I don't need to. I'm not gonna make the tag of Chocobo. They're gonna have their own special abilities and everything, right? Like this is anthems and all that other stuff. So we'll break out the tagger later. But for right now, these cards are just like intended to be Chocobos. Yeah, we have the side quest. We got the side quest Raise a Chocobo here. Yep. Yeah. Alright, Chocobo is not an art tag. It absolutely is. I already saw it. I already used it before. Yeah. It's just not perfectly distributed. Is it really not? Damn. Alright, the 6 traveling Chocobos, that's why it feels like more. And when you're in standard or, you know, like non-commander, when you see 4 Zaja's Chocobos, you're like, oh wow, it feels like there's Chocobos all over the place, but really it's just like the same 3 cards that you're seeing. Okay, regardless, chat. Alright, so let's go back to let's go back to the builder here. So we found the Chocobos. Okay. So let me mark that off on the list. We found our pictures of Chocobos, and there's not as many as I thought. So next I want to ask about find me bird typal. Specifically, we were looking for bird typal cards, okay? Not just like bird typal. Things that are saying like, hey, birds you control do blah blah blah, okay? There is a separate part for flying typal, because that's kind of like how they glumped birds together before by just saying like flying in general. That's going to be a different part, but I want to find bird typal specifically. So help me find that. Derevi? Is Derevi actually a like bird typal? Hold on. Is Derevi? Oh my god. No. No, is he really? Is she really? That's stupid. That's stupid. No, whenever Derevi enters the battlefield, no, Derevi's not bird typal. Derevi's just here. Derevi's just cool. Derevi's just sick with it, but Derevi's not bird typal. I know Derevi's stupid in a bird deck, Derevi's not bird typal though. Like, you know who is bird typal? You know who is bird typal? Technically, when you think about it, not like too high. No, no. This is the bird typal I'm talking about right here. All right. Here, the Windlord. That's bird typal, right? Because it specifically says other birds you control have vigilance, right? And we can make him cost 4 to come out, which is not too bad. Which is honestly not too bad, you know. This is the bird typal I'm thinking of right now. We will get to Derevi, okay? We'll get to Derevi. Watcher of the Spheres, oh yeah, Murmuration, right? Murmuration. And Moxfield, just so you, well, I mean, hopefully, yeah, hopefully you can stick around for a topic. Okay, Murmuration, yep, I have to just cast birds, make birds. Birds have +1/+1 vigilance. Cool, dope. Okay, what else? Valley Flood Caller. I can't deny that. I can't, you know, I cannot deny Valley Flood Caller. You are right. Is the White Valley is the rabbit one, right? And that just like scries on ETB. That's like not nearly as impactful. Yep. Keeper of the Nine Gales. That's a sick title, dude. Ooh, Keeper of the Nine Gales. Hold on. You see this guy? Tap 2 untap birds you control, return target permanent to its owner's hand. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not realize that you were sick with it like that. That's crazy. Oracle of Alpha 2. Ristic Study, buddy? No. Mainly because it would be harder than not for people to get their hands on it, and also if someone's going to use this as a deck tech, I don't want to completely throw them off the scent of, by the way, get this alchemy card that's technically real but technically not, Castrol the Windkeeper. Airy Keeper. Okay, Castrol the Windcrest. Yes, this is, I think, like #1 bird commander in Bloomborough. Not counting Zinnia, because Zinnia does not care about birds. Hear me out. Maybe an arcane adaptation deck and just run all lords. No. Don't think I'll be doing that. No, thank you. I shan't be doing that. Not in this one. There's other things that we can do. Let the Chocobos be Chocobos. But I'm hearing you out. Throwing one illegal card in the deck, it's Crowstorm, not Oracle of Alpha. True. Knew the Magic. Is there a particular app you guys use to build an online binder? Well, William AT30, thank you very much for asking. Right now, we're building, if you can go over here, this is moxfield.com. This is the website that I'm using to build the deck as we're talking about it, right? So, you know, got my name here, got the deck here, we can put description, all that stuff here, and moxfield.com is the site that we're using. And if you're trying to build an online binder, you could easily just click on a card, like while you're building a deck, you can click on the card and say add to collection. So now in a separate tab, there's a binder building for you. So now you can like keep track of cards that you have. So when you start building a deck, you can go like, okay, let me filter it by cards that I do have or cards that I need to buy, things like that. So I would recommend moxfield.com. That's what we're using. All right. Yeah, please tell me Bop is it? Oh, it will be, okay? Right now we're looking for bird typal cards, but Bop will be here. Calm down. Don't think I forgot Bop. We can't forget about Bop. Cast and Bop surrounded by ops. Kangi, thank you. Yes, Kangi. Zola, did you resubscribe again? No. Kangi, Airy Keeper, and Skyward. Okay, hold on. There's a couple. So, this is Kangi, Airy Keeper. 4 mana with kicker of 2 and X. When Kangi Airy Keeper comes into play, if you pay the kicker card, put an X feather counters on it. All birds get +1/+1 for each feather counter on them. You know what? Yeah, sure. Judge of Familiar is the goat of birds. Also true. Hell yeah, we can do this. We'll get Kangi in here. And then there's another Kangi. Kangi's Sky Warden. Ooh, but that's flying type. So yes, thank you, chat, for following the rules. All right, so let me add these cards. Let's go over here and add the cards. We got the wind. Other birds you control have vigilance. I feel like I might be taking out that card immediately. Oh, the other Lord of the Rings cards, don't they like birds? Or no, they're about flying typo, right? Healer's Hawk, yeah. Murmuration, that's the name of a card. Valley Flood Caller, also just a really good card. Non-creature spells flash, that's great. Keeper of the Nine Gales. Keeper of the Nine Gales, by the light of the Nine Gales. Castrol, the Wind Crested, and Kangi. Okay. Are there more bird typal spells? More bird typal, chat. Give me more. Give me more. More of them. Mockingbird? Mockingbird? Is it? Yeah, that's... It specifically says bird, right? Mockingbird? I thought Mockingbird was just a good card, right? Mockingbird is just is a good card. It will go in the deck. It's not specifically bird typal. Taunos. Nice job. Taunos. Oh god, I just typed in Taunos blindly as if I would just find one card. Yep, Taunos. Taunos is bird typal. Airborne Aid. Airborne Aid. The hell is that? Draw a card for each bird and holy shit. Oh. Excuse me. I didn't. Shit, Magic. I didn't know you were real like that. Damn. Okay. Yeah. I mean, 4 mana to draw like a lot. I mean, okay. Thrumming Bird. I don't think we want Thrumming Bird. Thrumming Bird is not. We're not. I mean, we don't need to proliferate. Taunos is good. Mockingbird is just good card. Yeah. Inalays the Gale Force is a Inias. That's not. I think that's what? That's flying typo, and we're not. Yeah, that's flying typo. We'll get to flying typo right after this. Soul Catchers, Airy. Soul Catchers, Airy. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, the reason we're asking for bird typo right now is because, like, just the way Magic has made cards in the past, there's bird typo, like for the card that we just added, right? Soul Catcher's Airy, 1 in a white enchantment. Whenever a bird is put into your graveyard from play, put a feather counter on this card, and then all birds get +1/+1 for each feather counter. Like, that's really good. We would not find this card if we just typed in, like, every creature with flying gets +1/+1, right? There's a line where there's like bird typal and then flying typal. Flying is just for any creature that flies. Bird typal is a bit more specific. So that's why I want to make sure that we find the bird specific cards. Then next we'll look at like good flying kindred cards. Isolor. Isolor gives ward on our commander. That's pretty good. Animal Sanctuary. That's a land, right? That's a land, if I believe. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is a land. If you're gonna, yeah, I mean, if you want to pay 3 mana to put a counter on a bird, I suppose. A Maria Angel, not a bird, but makes birds with landfall. I'll take it. It does specifically make birds. We'll take that. And landfall does go directly with our commander, so, you know, I'm not going to deny that part. Flurry of Wings. Yeah, isn't there like a card from Innistrad that's like that Flurry of Wings? Now I think about it. Oh. Oh. Well, look at that. Yeah, Flurry of Wings is kind of hot. It's actually kind of sick. That's actually kind of really good. For 3 mana, we get to just like, oh man, like someone's going wider than I am on tokens. Crazy. I'll just whoop. I'll just whoop. It's pretty good. Dubscape is not, well, I mean, it would get rid of non-creature spells. You know what? We don't need Dubscape. We have to build up to Dubscape. No summoning sickness birds, dude. What's up? Ever playing? Yeah, we have value. We put value quest caller on here because that's bird typo. Murmuring Mystic makes birds when you cast instants and sorceries. Yeah, there's like a new legendary Murmuring Mystic, right, from the Final Fantasy set. Like it's just a legendary creature that's Murmuring Mystic and like scries at some point. Dubscape is hard to stack. Is too hard to stack piece to drop lightly. Agreed. Dubscape is funny but not worth it. Yeah, I'm so glad I ran to the stream. I wanted to build Choco so bad. Hey, JT Swords, we're going over it. Appreciate it. Okay, one more bird typo card, chat. Just give me one more card that's just like birds are the coolest thing I've ever seen. Birds specifically, not just flyers, but like birds. Birds are hot. Birds are hot. Is there anything else that cares? I expect bird decks to get silly, yes. Airy Mystics. Airy Mystics. Keeper, we have Keeper. We have Keeper. We have Keeper of the Nine Gales. Hermes, Overseer of Alpha. That's a new one. Creatures you control gain Shroud until end of turn. That is actually really funny. That is really funny. Just to check and see what this looks like. This is a little goofy. That is kind of funny. It's a 5-drop, and then we have to pay 3, which is kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot. I think I'd rather just like 1 heroic intervention. You know what I'm saying? Airborne Aid. Airborne. I think I looked at Airborne Aid, right? Yeah, I typed that in already. Oh yeah, no, it's right there. Airborne Aid's right on the screen. Cartographer. Cartographer's Hawk is you know, it does combat damage to put a land into play, which the damage is already done, so the landfall part's kind of like out. I don't think we need Cartographer's Hawk. I don't think we need it. Oh, you know why no on Cartographer's Hawk, even though like we're asking for bird type and this is not it. You know why no? Because there is no way in hell with our commander and what our commander does, there's no way in hell that there's going to be a single player that has more lands than us. No way in hell. Nah. It's just never gonna, it literally would never happen. We have Kestrel. Yep, we have Kestrel. And the Airy Keeper. Yep. How do you feel about getting multiple commanders triggers with non-legendary copies of Choco in this? I'm just like not interested. We don't need, like, you know, we don't gotta. I'm not like against it. I just think like, hey, let me make sure that there's enough birds in here first so it feels like a fun bird deck. And then if we like really need to have like a, you know, a second Choco trigger, like we can kind of clone them if we want. But like, it's like, I think we're good. I think we're good. Celestial Gatekeeper. Ooh. Ooh, wait, yeah, hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I like this. It's fine. When Celestial Gatekeeper is put into a graveyard from play, remove it, exile it, then return up to 2 target burn and or cleric permanents from your graveyard to the battlefield. I think that's fine. Oh, Wingmate Rock is... Yo, listen, Austin. Yeah, remember Wingmate Rock for me. Ashai is also good, too. I think Celestial Gatekeeper is good. Yeah, we have all the chocobos in here. Low-key, I knew we're on birds, but amulet... Oh, no. We're going to do that. Hold on, chat. One topic at a time. Bird typal. Celestial Gatekeeper. That's a good one. So let's go over here. Let's add these cards that we've been talking about. Let's add these cards. Alright, so we got Tanos, the Toy Maker, Airborne Aid, Soul Catcher's Airy. That one's like, I know everyone's like gooning over the birds here, but like Soul Catcher's Airy is like really good. Like, you see this? Like, this is a really good card. Maria Angel, specifically makes birds. Flurry of Wings, specifically makes birds. And Celestial Gatekeeper. Thank you. Okay. All right, and just so chat can see what we have so far. Okay, we have all the chocobo. So don't list any chocobo. We got them all. There's only like 7. We have Kestrel. We have Kangi. We have Keeper of the Nine Gales. Taunos, Valley Floodcaller, Murmuration, blah blah blah. Okay, so now that we've done birds, okay, now that we've done bird typal, the next thing to do is flying typal, right? So, in Magic, when they don't want to just support birds, but just want to support every creature with wings, they will say, like, creature with flying gets X, Y, and Z. And there's a lot of that in Magic. There's more creatures with flying get blah, blah, blah than birds get blah, blah, blah. And they kind of treat it as like a pseudo kindred sort of thing. So let's go back here and find me some flying typal creatures. And we got to remember that, well, ideally, if they are birds that give flying typal, I think that should be specified. Birds that do flying typal. Birds that do flying typal. Because I don't just want a card that says creatures with flying get +1/+1. But if it's a bird that says creatures with flying get +1/+1, now our commander's really interested, right? Because our commander wants birds to attack. So we want to double dip in the bird flying typal here. Alright, I know chat's blowing off here. Alright, Siren Storm Tame? No. Nah, like, I think there's other things that we can do than Siren Storm Tamer. Empyrean Eagle. Empyrean Eagle is exactly what I'm talking about. Scryfall. Don't be weird, Scryfall. Thank you. Empyrean Eagle, right? So this is what I'm talking about specifically, chat. See? Empyrean Eagle, right here. This is a 3-mana 2/3 bird spirit that says other creatures with flying get +1/+1. This does double duty for our commander, because remember, our commander wants birds to attack, and then we get value. And then also, most birds, this one doesn't, but most birds do have flying. So any other flying birds we get will also get +1/+1. So that's why we want to double dip here. Kangi's Lieutenant. Yep, Kangi's Lieutenant's pretty good. Whenever this creature attacks, attacking creatures with flying get +1/+1 until end of turn. Wonderful. Love it. Ashai Ojutai Dragon Speaker. Ashai gets bigger when our opponents play spells, and that's true. And Ashai probably does have a room in this deck. It's just not, right now, it's not birds that do flying typal, so that's kind of like why are we building on a budget, or are we going casual or going all out? We are going all out on the themes. So therefore, there's no budget, but we're also being reasonable. Because there's people in chat that are building this deck, right? I'm not going to recommend everyone that wants to build this deck go out and get a Gaia's Cradle and the One Ring in order to win, right? That's not what I'm trying to, like, impart here. Aven Brigade. Scryfall. Speed. What's Aven Brigade do? It costs all, though? Oh, God. Oh, I can't even look. Oh, this is the George Washington card. God, okay. Okay. For 6, I want chat to see this card. I want chat to see this card. We're not adding this to the deck, but I do want chat to see it. Yeah, Avon Brigadier. For 6 mana, we get a 3/5 flyer that says other birds get +1/+1 and other soldiers get +1/+1. Salvation Swan. Yeah, we should look at Bloomburrow. Bloomburrow has a lot of good birds in there. And a lot of them say like creature with flying, right? Because Bloomburrow was a very like work together set. And there's a lot of Bloomburrow isms that are all about like flying creatures or not. So we should definitely look at Bloomburrow. Salvation Swan definitely being one of the cards that we're going to look at. 4 mana, 3/3 with flash, right? So instant speed. Whenever Salvation Swan or another bird you control enters, exile up to 1 target creature you control without flying, return to the battlefield under its control with a flying counter on it at the beginning of the next end step. You are correct. This is a good way to get Choco flying, because then now, well, Choco has flying on top of everything else Choco does. That's really, really good. Whoever suggested that, really good call. Deluge? Warden of Avos Isle. Remember right now, chat, we're looking at cards that do flying type-o things. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about, chat. Exactly. Look at this. Boom. Warden of Avos Isle. 3 mana, 2/2 bird, wizard. Flying. Creature spells that you cast with flying cost 1 less. Will it make our commander Chocobo cost 1 less? No. Admittedly, no. But everything else that you're seeing right here will cost 1 less. Imagine all of these cards coming out 1 mana sooner. Pretty good. Pretty freaking dope, I gotta say. Jubilant Skybonder. Yeah. Oh, okay. I like that. This is a good one. This is a little bit of a more multifaceted one here, right? So, check this out. Jubilant Skybonder. Creatures you control with flying have spells your opponent's cast that target this creature cost 2 more to cast. It's not ward 2, but it's effectively ward 2, right? Like, so for 3 mana, all your creatures with flying are effectively ward 2. Okay. Say less. That is flying typo. That's flying typo. What else? Give me another one. I have a bird deck I'm going through as we speak. Hell yeah. I haven't tried bird typo in years. Yay. This is a good time for it. Do you see the commander over here? You see what this commander does? You see this Choco? That birds are back on the menu. Or I guess we're all back on the menu for birds, however you want to say it. Archetype of Imagination. Okay, yeah. You know what? I'll give you that. Archetype of Imagination. That is not a bird, but it is flying typo. And it also strips away our opponents from having flying as well. I'll give you that. Nope, that's super fair. No, that's a good one. All right, so let's switch over to the Moxfield view. We're going to add all of this to our deck. All right, let me go. We got Empyrean Eagle. We have Kangi's Lieutenant. Also, I know Kangi Skywarden is... Whenever Kangi attacks, attacking creatures with flying get +2/0 until end of turn. Whenever Kangi blocks, he has Vigilance. They get +0/2. So I think that also goes in here. Salvation Swan. Warden of Avos Isle. Jubilant Skybonder. And then Archetype of Imagination. That's pretty good. Archetype of Imagination. There we go. All right. So really quickly, because we did get a little lost. I didn't do the tags yet, right? So we're gonna add our tags. The topics that we're going through, we're labeling the deck, right? So chat, when you go through this deck list and break it down, And by the way, once this deck is done, it'll be live. Go to moxfield.com, look up Kurohitsuki, make sure to follow Kurohitsuki right there, and you'll see all the deck lists that we have coming out. You can watch this deck if we ever make changes to it. But there's a tag ability right here. You can see like disable tags. We're going to enable tags, and we're going to just tag certain things. So this is pro flying, or let's do flying exactly as I said it, right? So flying typal, just so we can kind of break down what we're talking about. Flying typal, flying typal, flying typal, that's bird. Flying typal. Okay, and then now bird typal, this is the thing that we just did. Bird typal. So we can see the clear delineation of what matters here. So bird typal. This is also landfall. Bird typal. Bird typal. Bird. Okay, and the rest of these are chocobo. I'm gonna just make the tag of chocobo. Each chocobo has its own specific job, don't get me wrong, but you know, we just gotta make sure that the chocobo are all together in the picture. And this is bird typal. All right, cool. 31 cards, so we're kind of like quickly coming to like the end of our limits here, but anyway, bird typal, flying typal. All right, so let's go back to flying typal, because I think that there's more cards in flying typal for us to look at. We're only going to look at 6 more flying typal cards, right? So try to suggest the best ones, because then after this, we're going to go and look at like just value creatures, right? So like Derevi, right? Derevi is just a value creature. It just kind of goes in a deck like this. So find me a couple more flying typal cards before we just kind of label the good stuff. What else? Soul Catcher's Air. We already got that. We already did that. Deluge. Tap all creatures without flying. Okay, that's, you know, that's, I see what you're saying. This is a maybe. But I see what you're saying. Donald. Oh yeah, Donald. Yeah, Donald's just like Thanos. Whenever you cast a non-legendary creature spell with flying, you can copy it. Except it's a 1/1 spirit. That's really good. That's fine. This is pro burbs. We stand burbs in this house. Okay. Thank you very much for following up. Oh, Skycat. Skycat Sovereign, yeah. It's a cat and it's an elemental cat. Gets +1/+1 for each other creature you control with flying. There's another blue-white card that I felt always went hand in hand with Skycat Sovereign, right? Like, wasn't there another really popular blue-white card that was like Skycat Sovereign, but like different? Gravitational Shift is not a bird though. Well, that's why we're. Oh yeah, Gravitational Shift. Creatures with flying get +2/0. Creatures without. Okay, so Gravitational Shift, and I just want to show this up here for chat. Gravitational Shift is basically Kangi, but Kangi is also a bird, right? So our choices, because we don't want both, right? We can either do Kangi, which is a bird, a 5-mana bird that says when he attacks, creatures with flying get +2/0, and when he blocks, creatures with flying get +02. Or we have an enchantment that's just on all the time that says creatures with flying get +2/0 and creatures without flying get -2/0. Mind you, creatures with flying get +2/0 activates for your opponents too. So if your opponents have a flying commander, they're getting +2/0. But every other creature is getting -2/0. And I'm thinking, personally, I'm thinking that, like, Kangi is probably a little bit better for us. Also, as long as Choco doesn't have flying, Choco would get minus 2-0, which is not what we want. I think Kangi's better to control it. Perfect. Yeah, I'm glad that that was the discussion that we had. That's good. That's good. Thanos the toy maker. Right, we have Thanos in here. Birds that do flying typo. Give me more. Or just more flying typo things. We're a little past the bird part. If there is any more. Let's see. Any more? Are there any good flying typo birds? Spheres? That's the card I was thinking of. Watcher of the Spheres. I think someone mentioned this earlier. Watcher of the Spheres. White, blue, 2/2 bird wizard. Flying creatures you with flying you cast cost 1 less. Whenever another creature with flying enters the battlefield under your control, this bird gets bigger until end of turn. Cool. Cool, right? Like, I mean, this is exact. We want to cast this on turn 2 or turn 3 at least. Yeah. Dovescape. We're not doing Dovescape is a little too out of control. Aven Mind Center. That's gonna be part of just straight up good birds. Right now, we're trying to find birds that do like the flying typo thing, just to make sure that we get like our full typo package, and then we're gonna just go for like value birds. Sarah Aviary isn't bad. Sarah Aviary. Sarah Aviary. Better to do flyers that add a handful of birds. And add a handful of birds. Fairy Mastermind. Sarah Aviary does say creatures with flying get +1/+1, but it's 4 mana. And it also triggers for our opponent. We're 10 deep on flying synergy after 12 deep on bird synergy. I think we're set on this category. That's super fair. That's super fair. I think that the flying category is technically more. But luckily, you know, these are birds. Most of these. Wingspan Monitor can give Choco flying and pump out wings. Yeah, hold on. Let me just make sure that we've exhausted Bloomburrow also. Wingspan mental. Oh. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to put some goofy ass guy in here. I see what you're saying though. I think there's we have Salvation Swan, Gale Force. Oh, Indian's a Gale Force. Oh my god, yeah, we could run Gale Force itself and deal 5 damage to each creature with flying, just so, you know, if we want to just like die, I suppose. Inni has the Gale Force is also flying typo, that works out too. If we really want to. So Inni has the Gale Force, 5 mana. The Professor played this deck. Inni has the Gale Force. You could pay 3 mana to say attacking creatures with flying get +1/+1 until end of turn. Whenever 3 or more creatures you control flying attack, each player gains control of a non-land permanent of their choice controlled by the player to their right. So, you know, we get to do some switcheroo politics here with Inni as the Gale Force, which honestly, if it gives us this ability to do in Magic, it's not the worst thing. This might be one of the first cards we cut because 1, it's not a bird, and 2, it costs 5 mana. But we can at least talk about this. Hear me out. 20 Tempest Hawks? No. But I heard you. And then, yeah, it's your bird commander. I believe you. And then there's another card from Bloomburrow. Jackdaw. Let's see. Whenever another creature or another creature you control with flying dies, return another target creature lesser mana value from your graveyard to the battlefield. Boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Cannot leave without this. This card is huge. This card's huge for us. Huge. Sayora the Falconer. I've never heard of that card in my life. Yeah, no. Okay, thank you. Good troll. Tempest Hawks, you can thin your deck while still playing birds and get more land drops. You'll love it, yeah. Colorless decks on top. Magus of the Moat. The issue with Magus of the Moat, and the reason we won't do Magus of the Moat, which is creature 4 mana human wizard that says creatures without flying can't attack. The reason that would be a non-bow with this deck is because our commander Choco does not fly. Chocobos don't fly. We're not making a Chocobo deck by making us not able to fly, or like creatures without flying can't attack. We are trying to find ways to give Choco flying, of course. You know, there's a couple ways to do that, but like it's not consistent enough for like the one time that we like get Magus out and then we don't get those other flying things out, and then Choco can't attack. So yeah, it is just like a little bit of just a little too much of a non-bow for me personally. You don't need to attack. I know we don't need to attack with our commander. We don't need to attack with our commander. This is very true. I just don't want to run that sort of thing. Also, none of the Chocobo can attack, right? None of the other Chocobo can attack. Whether we're making Chocobo tokens, the Chocobo physical cards, none of them can attack. It's not just our commander. It's the entire Chocobo vibe cannot attack. And that's kind of like not... That ain't it. That ain't it. Not for me, at least. Aven Interrupter, that's gonna... So, right after this, we go over, like, just solidly good cards. But let me see. So, I don't really feel Deluge. Donald. Skycat. Sovereign. Watcher. And we might be... Yeah, I think we're gonna take out... Watcher of the Spheres. Like, I think we're going to end up taking out cards like Skycat Sovereign, but it is good to know that these exist. For everyone that's watching, it's good to know that these cards exist. Iniaz. The Gale Force, and then Jack Daw Savior. Alright. And then these are... Flying Typal... Flying Typal, Flying Typal, Flying Typal. This is Reanimate. This is Flying Typal. Hide the global tags. Okay. And I agree. Wobbler, you know, hey, Marble, thank you. Falcons have indeed been errata to birds. I do not want to read banding, and have other people have to read banding. Okay. So now that we covered that, yes, now we're going to get to the portion where it's just, hey guys, give me good birds. Give me the birds that help us do literally all the things that birds kind of don't do on their own. And let's figure it out. Give me the good stuff. Oop. Right. Good value verbs. Oh, ace pilot verbs. Skycat Sovereign is not a bird, but it's cool. That's why it's going to be one of the cards that we probably take out. Judge is familiar. Sure. Errant and Giada. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, God, do we actually run Errant and Giada? Oh, my lord. Oh, my God. I never... Oh, my God, yeah. You know... gross. Oh, my God. We might... Ugh. We need to check your ratios. You want at least 40 hits to run it. What, the Errant and Giada? Yeah, I mean, oh yeah. Bob, yes. Birds. I'll make sure that's added. I'll make sure that's added. I've said that for a minute. I do. What for the Errant and Giada? I'm sorry. I got a lot of chat on screen. It was early though. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. This is a good angel. What else? Plume Creed Escort. That's from. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Okay. That's actually kind of neat. So, when Plume Creed Escort enters, target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. Not bad, right? Because, like, this is almost, in a way, like, a counterspell for your commander, right? For just, like, targeting any of your creatures. Being able to just be like, I produce a bird, so now I have all this bird type of things, and hexproof. You know, I countered your kill spell on Shoko. I think that's fair. I think that's super fair, right? Lots of... Yeah, I mean, the birds were in Bloom Bro, right? So there's going to be a lot of that. Vidalcan Orrery. We don't need it. We don't need. All right, Mockingbird. Yep, Mockingbird for sure. Mockingbird's just value. That's good. Just good old bird value. Gilded Goose. That'll be mana. We'll put that in the mana section. Did you post a deck list after there? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Join the Discord or follow me on all the socials. We're currently live on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. Twitch is the main platform, and there's like a link to the Discord there and everything. Actually, I'll also just drop a link into the Discord in the chat over there for you so you can all see. But yes, in the Discord is where I post these decks afterwards. I'm gonna make sure that I do that after tonight. I think. Yeah, we'll just get through this deck, and then we'll pause for the night so that I can make sure that all these decks are updated. And put onto the Discord correctly. There you go. Okay. Plume Creed Mentor. There we go. Plume Creed. I knew there was another Bloomborough bird that I was missing. Plume Creed. Whenever Plume Creed Mentor another creature you control with flying and enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature without oh. Well, that's funny. Well, that's very funny. Yeah, there you go. I know. So Plume Creed Mentor is supposed to depict like this bird teaching all these people in Bloomborough flying, like including a rat that has like a kite on its back. And it's very funny that there's gonna be a bunch of birds that come into play that make Choco bigger and teach Choco how to yeah, that's funny. That's very funny. Ledger Shredder. Yep. We have Murmuration here. Yep. Thank you very much for the follows, everyone. Appreciate it. Ledger Shredder, also just a fucking good bird. Just a damn good bird. Oh, and Derevi. Hold on. Derevi. Let me add Derevi. Derevi is just a good bird. We can't deny it as much as I want to. Yeah, so for 3 mana, whenever Derevi enters or a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may tap or untap target permanent. Shit's good, dude. This man be doing a lot of yapping. I do be yapping though. Well, the deck list, yes, the deck list is technically already live, but yeah, it'll be live in the Discord. Aven Interrupter, yes, that is gonna be next. So let me add these 6. But yes, Aven Interrupter, Nimble Obstructionist, Thunderclap Weavern is not what we're doing in this deck. It's just not what we're doing in this deck. Dusk Rider Falcon, I've not heard of that one. Let me add these to the Mox Field first before we dive into those. Right before we do that. God, Aaron's and Giada. We're gonna go like over the 100, and then we're gonna go down, chat. So don't worry about it. We're gonna talk about like why we go down on certain ones. Plume. Oh, plume. Plume as in like the feather plume. Okay, I'm like, Plum Creed Mentor. Mockingbird. Mockingbird's such a funny card. Ledger Shredder. And Derevi. And actually, while we're here, this is just straight like ace tier birds. These are just like the best birds, right? Like they just do good value. They're birds, so like automatically they work with our commander, but also they have very specific abilities that are just better than not, right? This is flying typo. Okay, let me add, let's see, Birds of Paradise and the Goose, Gilded Goose. What else do we have? What else? The mana. What else gives mana? Sorry. Specifically mana. We have a Merry Angel. Owlbear Club? Oh god, that is a bird, isn't it? Bird beast? Beast bird? Ace tier bird. Get rid of clone here. Flying type of looter. Also just giving the tag of ace tier bird. Yes, it is a looter. Soul Catcher's Area, we have Noble Hierarch. I mean, it gives us Bant mana. We could do that just fine. Reanimate. I'm just making sure that there's not more mana dork birds. That's all. Birds of Paradise, Gilded Goose. I think that's all that I can remember. Add Nadu in a category named Salty Jail for views. Yeah, honestly, that's fair. We could do Nadu. Can you see this? When I try to search it, it says unable to find any legal in bold cards for your deck with Nadu as a name. That's funny. That's actually really fucking funny. Nice job. Good job, Moxfield. That's some good shit. All right, did we add Radagast? Oh, Radagast. The Browns. I definitely spelled that wrong. Radagast. I'm definitely still spelling it wrong. Oh, there's no H in it. Radagast, what, the brown, right? No, non-creature entry battlefield. Look at the top of this card. Value, referring creature doesn't share a creature type with the card you control from among. Okay, well, it's definitely not that one. It must be the other Radagast. That's right. It's the other Radagast. Oh my god. Radagast, Wizard of the Wilds, right? Whenever, yeah, birds have World 1. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 5 or greater, make a bird. You know, that's something that we can think about. This is something that we can think about. This is pro burb. This is pro burb. Okay. The Simic one, yeah, that's right. Sunbird Standard crafts a bird with a mana ability. Sunbird Standard crafts into a... Oh my god, you're right. It's just a mana. It's just a 3 mana rock that crafts into a bird. That's so funny. PDH Faust, thank you very much for the big old spicy raid, friends. All right, let's get back into the value birds here. Okay, give me birds that have value. They're just really good birds. Aven, Mind Sensor. Thank you so very much, PDH Pals. Aven, Mind Sensor is good for a little splash of control. Like, obviously, this deck isn't going to focus heavily on control, right? Like, we're not sitting here controlling every aspect of the game, right? But when you do get to put out an Aven Mind Sensor, your opponents are just a little bit more screwed than they were before. Or maybe they weren't, but you still put out a bird, right? Like, your commander just said, like, hey, as long as it's a bird, and the rest of your deck says, hey, as long as it has flying, I don't really care. So it's okay. Just like human decks that kind of put in a Thalia, because like Thalia is just good. You don't need to put every Thalia in there. You don't need to do Thalia into Dranith Magistrate, into Aven Mind Sensor, into every single lock card. Sometimes you can just put in, especially when the creature type matches the deck, you can just put in a little bit of stacksy things, as long as it, you know, doesn't hurt what your game plan is. And on the like 50% chance that it does screw over one of your opponents, awesome. On the other chance that it doesn't, you still have a bird that's doing the thing that your deck wants to do. So it is okay for just Aven Mind Sensor to be here, and it's not some sort of like lockout strategy. Do you have Aven Interrupter? Aven Interrupter. Yeah, Aven Interrupter is going to win us games, or at least save us from dying, for sure. 100%. Let me get that. Aven Interrupter. Aven Interrupter is real good. Shabraz the Sky Shark is a bird too. You are correct. I cannot deny your words. I do want to, but I can't. It is simply outside the rules of Magic the Gathering for me to do so. I will deny you the rank of Master, however, but I cannot deny your talents. Arakara Akraka. So, you know what? Okay. I see what you're picking up and what you're putting down, Wobbler. You know, we could introduce the initiative. And literally, what deck is better suited to get the initiative back every single time it gets taken than a bird flying typo deck? That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. And we only need this one. Like, we don't need to go full initiative typo. We don't need to, you know, put in like Ancient Tomb, Sorcerer, like whatever. We could just have this one bird. But our deck is pretty good at just making sure we always have the initiative. What'd you say, Soup? I counted Great Henge with the Aven Interrupter. And Drake the Lithomancer stream. Brutal. Ooh. Bower Passage and enchantment that could win the game. Bower Passage. Creatures with flying can't block creatures you control. Yeah, that is a cute card. You know, so that is pretty fair. I'm putting it up here for chat to see it. Oops, I accidentally messed everything up. My concern, or not my concern, my thought is that 80% of the time, especially because we're going like very heavy into flying, 80% of the time, it won't matter, right? Unless we're going up against another flying bird deck, or a spirit deck, or like a dragon deck, which, you know, better options than not, or an angel deck. Like, as long as we're not going up against literally another type that has mainly flying as their capability, Borrower Passage will be a dead card in our hands 80% of our games, right? Flying is already pseudo unblockable. Like, just depending on the game, it's just already unblockable. There's no difference between the two. So there's not much of a reason to keep a card in our deck that is only purpose is to strip that ability of like making sure flying is extra unblockable. Also, we already have Archetype of Imagination, which, I mean, probably works a little bit better. Yeah, so that's the reason why I would not put that in here. Valid points. Hell yeah. Dusk Rider Falcon. Yeah, someone was saying that. You were saying that. Dusk Rider Falcon? Okay, a 2-mana 1/1 flying protection from black, which is not necessarily what I want. Moat, Magus of the Moat, Beastmaster's Ascension. I'm down for Beastmaster Ascension as a general Anthem ability. I don't think we necessarily need it. We do have enough birds that say give +1/+1, and also trigger our commander to do all this land, like all this stuff that our commander does. I think it is fine for us to do birds that are lords instead of just like do solid anthems, because we get to double dip. There's only so much difference between like giving an entire unblockable Air Force +5/+5, or like 3 more creatures get +3/+3. You know what I mean? I think it's better to dive fully into bird type and not necessarily do too many other anthems. Although I do like the one that you suggested though, so don't think I don't like that one. Magus of the Moat. The reason that I'm kind of like kind of hard rejecting the Magus or Moat stuff is because it makes the Chocobo not able to attack, which is a little bit against the theme of the deck. Guardian Project is perfectly fine. Ain't nothing wrong with Guardian Project. Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. We're gonna put that in some draw power after. Nothing's wrong with Guardian Project. The card's great. Izor. Ooh, yes. Izor. Ooh, I spelled that wrong. Essior. That's right. Essior. Yeah, I'm okay with Essior. Chat, are you okay with this card here? That says our opponents, to target Choco, they have to pay 3 more on a 2-mana 1/3 that's gonna trigger our commander already. I think that's pretty fair. Aerial Extortionist is draw power. Aerial Extortionist is the black vampire, right? Aerial Extortionist must be a different thing. Especially with Choco, yes. I played birds for 4 years. The 1 or 2 mana birds are where you want to be at. I agree with that. Wasn't here earlier. Mary Angel's in, yes. So is this replacing Kestrel and Derevi as the go-to bird commander? I would say yes. Mainly because 1, Chocobo are cute. And 2, this is a commander that specifically says bird on it, right? When you have a commander, like Derevi is like a soft bird type of commander because Derevi just says, oh, did a creature you control hit someone else? Well, get to like do my abilities, which most birds will be able to hit. But this bird literally says birds, right? Like it literally says birds on it. I think it's going to be the more popular commander. Should Duretti go in as well? Duretti, the character, the former mono red planeswalker Duretti? No. Derevi, not to be confused because it is very easy to confuse the two. Yeah, Derevi's in here. Okay, Aerial, Extortionist. I was thinking of Aerial Contortionist. Right? Yes. Aerial Extortionist. And you are very correct, Wobbler. Aerial Extortionist is fantastic. I was thinking of some vampire. It was Aerial something. Oh, Bloodthirsty Aerialist. Yeah, this is basically what I was saying. No, you're good, Smith. You're good, Smith. It's fine. I wanted to make sure that other people understood. I use Tulane as your commander. I use Tulane as my commander, but if you're using Choco, Tulane is gonna win with landfall. Oh, God. Tulane. Whenever a creature... Oh. Whenever you cast a creature spell, draw a card, you may put a land card from your hand into the battlefield. Our commander, Choco, is literally already going to do like a billion landfall shenanigans just for us existing and birds existing, so... lore effects are goated here. What, like all of our opponents have to block 1 card? How about we just swing with flying? Then there's no lores. Question, how many Tempest Hawks are we jamming in the deck? Not enough. You need the Revi? Correct. Judge's Familiar is a solid bird. It is a solid bird. It is a solid bird. And as a judge myself, yes. I do like Judge's Familiar. And we're going to put that in the deck. We're going to swap this out for Shabraz. We're not putting Shabraz in here. Yes, beautiful. Beautiful. Mwah. Judge's Familiar. This was like one of my first promos. One of my first ever Final Fantasy. FNM promos was Judge's Familiar. Love this shit, dude. Oh, God. I love this card. Yeah. We're running Judge's Familiar. If your opponent has flyers, it's going to help getting through a ton. I am relying... Guy, I am relying on the 80% of games where our opponent does not have flyers, and I'm relying on the 100% of times, okay, 99% of times, where our opponents do not have more flyers than we do. Because of how we're building our deck, because of what our commander does to accelerate the game plan of get flyers out, I don't believe that there will be enough flyers in the sky to block our commander, or to block our board state. And if there is, there will be non-creature spells in this deck, Akroma's that will just supersede all of that anyway, right? Like, let's just not deal with that, and let's just get double strike, protection, and win the game, right? That's what I would rather rely on for the less often than not flying aerial war over the Pacifics that we're gonna get into. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I think that's better. Also, again, we have Archetype of Imagination if we really want to go that hard. Rootborn Defense. No. No. Clincate Skymate? Sorry, that's a word I've never seen. Oh my god. Oh yeah, this bird's sick. Yeah, whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. I like this card, and this card is good in like a Rafine deck where you're doing Connive and stuff, but it's a 4-mana 1/1 that like doesn't really vibe. Okay, we gotta add these to Max Field. Hey, thank you very much, Adrian, for the gifts on the stage. Oh yeah, TikTok has been popping off. TikTok chat, thank you very much for being here. You guys are being great. All right, let's add the thing. We're doing, and just so everyone knows what's going on in general, we are doing a one commander deck per Final Fantasy challenge thing. It's a challenge I've given to myself. I mean, whatever. But this is what, number... Who are you? 9? 9, yeah. We're on Final Fantasy 9 right now, so we finally got past the halfway point. But we're doing one, at least one. There will be multiple, because there's other commanders that I do want to cover. There's going to be also, like, pre-con deck upgrade and everything as well. But, yeah, this is part of the challenge that we're doing. Aven, Mind... Sensor, Aven Mind Sensor, Aven Interrupter, Aven Interrupter, Judges, Familiar, Aesior, and Aerial Extortionist. Yes. Thank you, Wobbler, for mentioning the Aerial Extortionist. I forgot. Hey! Thank you very much for the follows, everyone. I appreciate it. Oh, and people became a subscriber. Look at this shit. That's crazy. Thank you so very much, chat. I appreciate you so very much. Truly, truly. We're brewing the best easy follow? Hell yeah. All right. Aerial Extortionist, whenever this enters the battlefield or deals combat damage to play, yeah, this card's like really good. This is really like one of the best ace tier birds ever. Draw, ETB, removal. I'm gonna get rid of all of these. Yep, this is ace tier bird, ace tier bird, ace tier bird, ace tier bird. Stacks, also ace tier bird. We can get rid of the stacks trigger. All right, we're at 51 cards in the main, which personally I think is a pretty good stopping point for creatures, because just like if we disable the tags, we have 42 creatures, which, you know, is a bit much. There's definitely some that we can pull from here for sure, but we do have 42 creatures. 3 sorceries, 1 instant, 1 artifact, 3 enchantments. Like there's some work to be done here, but I think we're good on. Unless someone comes up with like really important and impactful birds, we have Legislature. Nesting Dovehawk. We don't do tokens enough. I know some Chocobo make tokens. I acknowledge that. We don't do them enough for Nesting Dovehawk. But yeah. Unless someone has like really good birds, let's cool it on the creatures and figure out the spells, the non-creature spells that we need in order to win this game. All right. This should legally be a 40 land deck. You know, definitely higher than most. Definitely higher than most. Definitely higher than most. Thank you very much. Scape Shift? Yes. Okay, so, right. The next thing here, the last segment, before we just get into like fixing the mana base, that I do want to make sure that we talk about, because it is important. It's a huge aspect of this deck, but it shouldn't be as huge as people might take it, okay? And we gotta talk about landfall. We gotta talk about landfall, okay? As I mentioned before at the beginning of the stream, just like our commander gets lands very easily, right? As long as we're doing the bird thing, our commander shits out tons of land. And shout out to Malthound, who on his channel, I kind of like heard this for the first time. Not every single deck that gets lands into play for free has to turn into a landfall deck. Yes, our commander has landfall. Yes, there's Chocobo in here that have landfall. Typically, the landfall abilities just get bigger, so it's not like a huge, big thing. But just because there's landfall aspects in here, it doesn't have to... We don't have to strip out every single fun thing that we just spent the last 2 hours talking about to make sure the next 12 Scoot Swarms get into the deck, right? We don't need to do that. We can and should still focus on the bird aspect and the bird plan, and the landfall is just a little spice on top that lets us, that like helps us win the game. Okay, so when we suggest the landfalls, okay, give me like the best ones that, like, I mean, listen, if we get enough birds out, we trigger landfall like 8 times in the same turn on attack. On attack, we trigger landfall, not main phase 2, not after damage. On attack, we do this sort of thing. So give me the landfall triggers that are just like, oh, you know, hey, if there's landfall, attacking creatures get +1/0 to everyone. Tell me about that one before you tell me about Scoot Swarm, because I already know Scoot Swarm's gonna make a big board state, blah 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 blah. I already know that. But what can we do to like win right now? Maybe. Okay, spiel's over. Give me the landfall. Spiel might be over, but the anger's here. Okay, hold on. Dazzling Denial, Wing Portent, Migratory Route, maybe. Song of Erendil. Okay, this better be good. Song of Erendil. Scry 2, draw 2, create a 2/2 treasure and bird. Okay, so that was not good. Scourge of the Scour the desert. Okay, what's happening? We're still on birds? Okay. Stop it. We're not on birds anymore. We're on landfall. AC? Oh, God, yeah. No, I don't want to put AC in the deck. No, I want to have fun. Okay, before you're, yeah, that's on me. I set the bar too low. Oh my God. Before. I know, McCleary. It's all good. It's fair. I know it's good. Before we do that, is there anything a little more fun? I set the bar too low. God damn it. Ooh, see, Miss Smith, I like that shit. That's hot. It probably can't work, but listen, I like the cut of your the giblets. I like the cut of them. Adventuring gear. See, this shit's hot. All right, this is funny. Okay, what if Choco was Voltron all of a sudden? You thought that I was just doing bird typo, and you're right, I am. But in the process of doing bird typo, I equipped it in a venturing sack, just like a flipped over like sheep bladder. Equipped this to my Chocobo, and we went on an adventure, and we just charged at you, and we put a bunch of lands in play, and now my Chocobo is a 20/20. On top of the landfall abilities that Choco already gets. This is funny to me. I think this is funny. This is hilarious. And I'm going to put this in. You don't put that on Choco, you put that on like Azor? No, but this is funnier. This is it. We can put this on anyone we want, okay? Like, yes, we could put this on Azor. But what if we also one-shot people because our Chocobo's too cool? Huh? Tatiova Benthic Druid, thank you for this, Austin. Good. Yep. Growth Spiral, Planar Genesis, Explore. Okay, so I see a lot of people putting lands into play, which is not what we're about. Sorry. Landfall triggers, I should say. Landfall triggers. Things that get triggered by lands falling. Because remember what our commander does, right? Our commander attacks with birds, and then just like we look at the top stack of our deck, okay? Because we attacked with a bunch of birds, and then we take out every single land from that and just put it on the battlefield tapped, and then the rest go to the graveyard. We don't need help putting lands into play. I don't think that's our issue. I don't think that's our issue at all. Our commander just does it. We need things that care more than just, you know, having land. Like Adventuring Gear. Retreat to Kazandu. Yeah. Retreat to... hold on. Felidar Retreat is insane, by the way. Just as like a, you know, as like a, hey, how about we win the game with a Felidar Retreat? Hold on. How about we just win the game? Retreat to Kazandu. So yeah, let's look at the retreats really fast, just so we can kind of compare and contrast. So now everyone watching can go like, okay, this is why we kind of do want this in our deck. This is why we kind of don't. So let's... And let's look at the retreat cards that we have options for. Okay, so looking at the retreats, one, Felidar Retreat could win us the game, right? Conduit of the Worlds is a great way to get dead birds and landfall. Conduit of Worlds, yeah. I like the green 1/1 counter landfall enchantment. Yeah, so, well, I mean, I like the white one more. I forgot what the... where did I put it? Yeah, so, chat, let's look at these, right? For Retreat to Felidar. Felidar Retreat, Jesus. 4 mana, we do the bird thing, we put lands into play. We get a permanent, not a temporary, but a permanent +1/+1 counter on our entire board. And if we do it during main phase, like we play a land during main phase, our birds have vigilance just like from the get-go, right? So they can have vigilance, +1/+1 counter, swing, put a bunch of lands into play, billions of +1/+1 counters, and probably kill everyone, right? I think Felidar Retreat is like one of the things that we're looking for. Retreat to Kazandu. +1/+1 counter on target creature? Gain 2 life? Player removal. Just straight up, player removal. We do not need 2 life increments. Remove the players from the game. We don't have to worry about how much life we have. Life is a resource. So I do not believe that Retreat to Kazandu is the right call for this deck. Okay? Retreat to Emeria. Makes a 1/1 ally, and then creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Very similar to Felidar Retreat. Kind of the same vibe of just like, hey, I attacked with like 4 birds. Now, my birds were like 3/3s. I put lands into play, my commander triggers, there's other triggers, blah, blah, blah. And then also on top of that, my 3/3 birds, if they were lords, even bigger, now they hit for 3 more, right? I think still, like, that's kind of the, like, let's swing to win this turn strategy that we want to do. And then Retreat to Coral Helm, whenever land comes to blah, 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 you may tap or untap target creature. It's basically vigilance. Like, it's kind of just basically vigilance. This does allow us to tap down blockers. But, again, as I've repeated multiple times, it's like, I want to build this deck for the 80% of times that we're not going up against another all-flying deck, right? I want to go, like, you know, most decks don't have as many flyers as we do. It's not going to matter nearly as much. And if we, honestly, if we had Retreat to Emeria, and all of our flyers are like 5/5s, I don't really care that my opponent can block them, because my opponent's going to die. Like, my opponent won't have any creatures left. So next turn I get to swing with impunity. More so than the Retreat to Coral Helm. So I don't think, unless we're doing some more wackiness with like tap and untap creatures and stuff, I'm not really on board with Retreat to Coral Helm. At least that's my argument against it. Wobbler, I'm sure you have either like a yay or a nay. Lotus Cobra wouldn't do anything. Correct. Lotus Cobra would not do anything. Coastal Piracy card draw, I'm down for that. Or Bident of Thassa or something like that. You picked up the Cloud Precon deck? That's sick. That's sick, dude. Congrats. That's sick. Tireless Provisioner and Tracker? Those are both really good cards, yeah. You're brewing Choco right now for a buddy? Hey, Goombalax. Well, The past 2 hours have just been all of that. Skyclave Pickaxe. I'm gonna look this card up, and if it's bad, I'm not gonna ban you, but I am gonna look at you poorly. This is perfect. Never mind. You're fantastic. You're great, actually. Hold on. You're sick. Good call. Hell yeah. No, you're good. No, this is you're so true for this. You're so true for this. This is hilarious. Would Field of the Dead be worth? Oh, fuck. Yeah. Yeah, it would. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it would. 3 Tree City, yeah. Field of the Dead Game Changer. True. I mean, I think this deck is slightly better than fucking... I mean, I think this deck is definitely tier 3, for sure. Yeah. I think we only want one Adventuring Gear or Skyclave Pickaxe. Do we want a 1 mana equipment that attaches for one, like that attaches for free the turn it comes out, or will we rather? And also, we have to play the Skyclave Pickaxe when there's a creature that's worth putting it on, right? So like it could be dead in our hands because there's just not like a worthwhile bird, right? Whereas Adventuring Gear, we can play that whenever we have a spare mana, right? Like whenever we got a spare mana, just toss an Adventuring Gear out there. Oh, we have another spare mana. Oh, just like attach it to something, like whatever. I think that Adventuring Gear is a bit more versatile than the free Skyclave Pickaxe. Like only like for the right timing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Destroyed. Mirari's Wake. Yeah, Mirari's Wake is good. 100%. That'll be in like our land kind of buffing situation. That doesn't do anything with landfall, right? Oh, it just makes land tap for double. Oh. Actually, my argument, I think, is against Mirari's Wake. Because if we have like half of the lands in our deck on the battlefield because we're beating our opponents until they perish, I don't think we need our lands to tap for 2. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you have, normally in a game, you play Mirari's Wake, and like on turn 5, and now your 5 lands tap for 10, right? Like now your 5 lands tap for 10. But we could be on turn 5 and just have 10 lands out. You know what I'm saying? I think we would be like triple dipping with Mirari's Wake. I do like the +1/+1 on our creatures, so don't think I don't like that part. But I don't think it's necessarily that good. Ramp's job is to get us going. 5 mana ramp spells are usually bad. Yeah. Do you have Chocobo Race Fat? Every Chocobo is in here. That's the first thing we did. They can tap for 2 on interaction. Nantuko Springheart Nantuko. Springheart Nantuko. I said I don't want this. Springheart Nantuko. Bestow. Okay, so landfall. Whenever land you control enters, you may pay 1 in the green. If this permanent is attached to a creature, make a token as a copy of it. Awesome. Put this on a lord. Yep. And then if you don't, make a 1/1 inset. Hey, that's fine. I think this is great. Yeah, this is totally fine. This is super fair. We're basically always going to bestow on like a lord. Any bird that says like flying, a Farian Eagle that says flying creatures get +1/+1. Cool. Dope. Awesome. Yeah, this is great. And again, like that would make us have a huge board state that no one can block anyway. Turns all permanents into land. Embodiment of Insight. Embodiment of I spelled that wrong. Insight. Okay, so a 5 mana 4/4 elemental with vigilance. Land creatures you control have vigilance. Landfall. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, you may have target land you control become a 3/3 with haste until end of turn and still in land. So it's not an unfair suggestion. This is better in landfall decks that are trying to be landfall decks. But in this deck, where it's like it's just kind of incidental, not really. If this card said target a land untap it, it becomes a 3/3 with haste, then yes. Then yes. Because we will put a bunch of lands into play with landfall, although they're already attacking, so the untap haste wouldn't even matter. So yeah, no, there's multiple reasons why this wouldn't work. Yeah, green sleeves. Green sleeves. Protection, power and toughness equals to the lands you control. Land enters, make a 3/3 boar. That's not too bad. Green sleeves, Morrow Sorcerer. That's not like bad. I think this green sleeves will be dipping too much more into like, oh, this is a landfall deck thing. It's not necessarily helping with what I've been suggesting, where it's just like, hey, if we get a bunch of lands into play, can we just win this turn, sort of thing. There's a lot of ways in landfall to make a bunch of guys when lands enter, and that's all well and good, but the birds are trying to kill. If Felidar Retreat helps them kill that turn, Retreat to Omeria helps them kill that turn, Greensleeves becomes one big goober and then makes like a bunch of on the ground blockers, but like, I don't know. Scythecat isn't needed here. Different landfall triggers. Exactly. Same thing. Yep. Landfall draw card, guys. I've bumped for Awaken the Woods. Awaken the Woods. Make pay X, make a bunch of land things. So yeah, like they'll be, so people can see it. Yeah, pay X, create X 1/1 green forest, right? Right. They're creature tokens that count as lands, triggers landfall, blah blah blah. I think we would rather pay our mana into playing more birds so that we can hit even harder, if that makes more sense. You know what I'm saying? It is nice to have an X spell because we do have infinite mana. With how much like lands we're putting in, as long as we're following the bird strategy, we do have a lot of mana. So I think instead of X spells, yeah, I think we do eventually want to put in, more draw triggers, more draw spell thing, like, landfall, draw a card, blah blah blah. We can put that in. So instead of paying X on one spell, we could pay whatever mana we have on every spell. Awaken the Woods feels very Winmore. I mean, it is a Winmore thing, yeah. And to reemphasize, just leave it because I feel like we might be veering a little bit away. To reemphasize, we're looking for, this is not a landfall deck, right? This is the deck that we have. This is 51 cards in the main deck that are celebrating birds and flying. That is what this deck is. That it is a flying bird typal deck. First and foremost, okay? The landfall is simply there because our commander gives us lands, and the chocobo mechanic is when a land comes into play, I get temporarily bigger. That's the only reason landfall is even part of this conversation, okay? It's just a win con to hit more or to cast more spells. It's not to like actually trigger landfall in every single landfall trigger. So I want to make sure that we're focusing on that part of this deck, okay? Let's go back to this. So back to the landfallisms, right? What landfall triggers help us help this deck with all of its birds win the game more and not just be another landfall deck? Emeria Angel feels perfect, which is why Emeria's Angel's in here. It is perfect. Emeria Angel's already in here for sure. Horn of Greed maybe for draw since we play more lands than everyone else. Horn of Greed. I think honestly, whenever a player plays a land, that player draws a card. This isn't play. Put land cards from what you look at into the battlefield. I don't think that counts as play a land. That's not the same thing. Yeah, playing a land will trigger it, but putting a land onto the battlefield as part of an effect will not. Does not trigger it. So yes. Amulet of Vigor. Yes, so untap the lands. Yeah. Let's get the amulet out of the way. Amulet of Vigor. And what's the other one? What's the other card? Splunking. So yes, Amulet of Vigor is going into the deck. For sure, right? having our lands, you know, Choco puts the lands in play untapped. This will make them untap. It's gonna go in here. Same with Splunking, right? It is happening because now our main phase 2 is gonna be like so much better, right? These cards are gonna go in. Yep. They're good. And I hope no one feels like I'm attacking them. This is a conversation, and this is also for everyone's benefit of like, hey, this is trying to help everyone kind of grow as they analyze cards, right? I am someone who believes that there are infinite possibilities, nigh infinite, in Magic, especially in like the most popular commanders that we got going on here. There's a lot of ways to play Magic. Not every deck that says landfall has to be a landfall deck. There's different themes that we can go for. This especially has a much stronger and more fun and more refreshing theme by going after birds and chocobo than just more landfall. So I just think there's other things that we can do. Wandering Minstrel is a FF card. It's also a 5 mana. It's also a 5 color spell because Wandering Minstrel has a 5 color ability. So it's its color identity is all 5 colors. So we can't put it in here. Andrew, I don't think Awaken the Woods is staying. No, it's not. No, it's not. Ancient Green Warden. To double landfall triggers, it's not necessary. It isn't necessary. And here's another. I think Wobbler, you would kind of agree here. So Ancient Green Warden. I'm just popping these cards up. I'm still gonna put the amulet in. I'm just gonna put the amulet in right now before I forget. Amulet of Vigor and Spelunking. Okay, so just to analyze cards here, Ancient Green Warden, you know, doubles landfall triggers, which in a landfall deck that was really after it would certainly work, and it does make our Chocobo get, you know, bigger and everything like that. For the cost of 6 mana, like for 6 mana to play Ancient Green Warden, we could have probably played anywhere between like 2 to 3 more birds. That would just make us get more lands into play in the first place, right? And deal more damage to our opponent. So putting in 3 more birds that can attack, and they also have their own abilities, puts more lands into play just in general, or lets us look for more cards, and leads to the game ending sooner. So we don't need double triggers if we just got more triggers overall. They literally cut that card CMC in half with Traveling Chocobo. Also Traveling Chocobo, right? Turn Timber Basilisk is a fun one to make less creatures able to block your birds. I believe that not enough creatures can block our birds in the first place. Truly. I am building this deck with the belief that not enough people can block our birds in the first place. It's going wide and over the top. I fly. I'm birds. I fly. It is both going wide and over the top. It's going over the top naturally. Passively, I fly over you. I'm also a freaking Air Force. Love your logic. I wish I could build decks this thoroughly. I wish building this decks this thoroughly didn't take me 3 hours. Chat, I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Dazzling Denial and Valley Quest Caller have nice bird synergy. We have Valley Quest Caller. Dazzling Denial we will put in here for interaction. Maybe. Okay. So, getting rid of this. And I already added Splunking. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, Triumph of the Horde is a game ender. I don't think we need it. It would be a game ender. I objectively don't think we need it. We'll test it, obviously, but like, I don't think we need it. I think we just kill. I think we just beat people to death. Falco Spara? No, there's not enough counters in this deck. I know I'm pointing at a Felidar Retreat, but there's not enough counters in the deck. I like your logic. Yeah, just simply win. Okay, Landfall. Last try at like kind of this specific line of thought here, because I don't want to keep us up too much longer. Other than Field of the Dead, because that is going in here. Is there any more specific landfall-ism that is like really, really good? Tireless Provisioner, I think, is like pretty worth it, right? Because that, like, you know, Tireless Provisioner, as you know, as in every landfall deck as she is, like, she does immediately like give us treasure, right? Like we're already, just from the get-go, we're doubling the amount of like just stuff that we're able to do with our turn, simply because, you know, like just simply because we exist. I thought we rounded it out with Amulet, Vigor, and Spelunking. We did. There's more. I pulled some cards back, and I also just straight up added Amulet, Vigor, and Spelunking, because those are just like automatic, like they go in because they untap our lands. In terms of like, and I mean, we can argue, especially Wobbler, if we think that we need Tireless Provisioner specifically. It's just like another Amulet, right? It's just another Spelunking. If we have those two. Also, Saphara Sky's Blade we should put in this deck too, by the way. Just as like a goof in the gaff, we should probably make sure our birds have Indestructible is kind of on the menu, because that's sick as fuck. Yeah. Royal Element. Ooh. Royal Elemental. Do I like Royal Elemental? Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you may gain control of target creature for as long as you control Royal Elemental. I think that's a little... it does get blockers out of the way, which is pretty funny. That is very funny. That is very funny. That is kind of funny, to be completely honest with you. If you want to be an asshole, Royal Elemental could be. I mean, it's funny. It's funny. Yeah. Tiller Engine could be good if you already have Spelunking. How many Spelunkings do we need in this deck to like reliably hit them every game, right? Because remember, we do get to, when we grab our top chunk of cards, we do get to look at those cards, take one, put the lands into play, and then rest into the graveyard. I mean, we'll find a Spelunking, we'll find an Amulet of Vigor. 4-ish? I'm also kind of feeling 4-ish. Landfall that triggers sometimes mess up draws Ruin Crab. Ugh. We don't need to mill people. In fact, the last couple of deck builds that we've done, I specifically made sure that we stayed away from milling other people if it wasn't part of our win con. Because nowadays in Commander, there's so many bro, if I'm playing this deck, mill me, bro. Mill me. And it will suck for you way more than it does for me. Because there's so many graveyard decks nowadays, and you don't really, like... Yeah. Play a Mesmeric Orb against me in this deck and see what happens. It's not going to be good, right? So, I don't do that. Tiller Engine can be good because it taps down blocker. Oh! Okay, hold on. Tiller Engine. Yeah, hold on. Tiller Engine. Yeah, whenever a land enters the battlefield tapped under your control, you can choose one. You can either untap that land, so if we don't really plan on spending more mana, we can untap it, or tap a target non-land permanent opponent control. I like that. Tiller Engine's 100% in here. 100%. 100%. 100%. Yeah, this is worth it, yeah. Graveyard is just a second hand half the time. Exactly, which is why we don't want to help our opponents get that graveyard. Okay. I think this is... Let's add these and then see where we're at. Is there a... No. Sorry. That was an immediate knee-jerk reaction. You don't deserve that. Hell no. 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 I don't fuck with changelings if I can avoid it. I don't fuck with them. And also, I just don't think that there's... Like, blue, green, and white. There's just... Nah, like, we just don't really need a changeling. It's fine. The birds just are birding. Alright. So, Tatsy. Oh, yes. So, now that we've kind of exhausted most of the... Grim. Now that we've exhausted the other flavors of landfall, and we've argued and understood what we're trying to do with landfall, yes. Tatyova, Benthic Druid, and AC, because, right, like, as much as I'm, the bar is real low for landfall, as much as I'm not interested in seeing them, I can't deny that being able to put a bunch of lands into play, and then if we have Splunking, we get to untap them, right? that second turn, being able to have a new fresh hand that we can now play to further make sure that we dominate this game, I can't deny how good that is. Even if I don't like them, you know, even if they're not my favorite things, I can't deny that being able to draw when our commander simply exists on the battlefield and our deck swings at people because it can, we also get to draw cards. The game life's whatever, but hey, as good shit is good shit. Is good shit. I'm not gonna deny that. So yes, we will put Tatiova in here on top of all these other things. So Tiller, Engine, Tiller, Felidar, and I I should put like a link to this entire, well, not the entire stream, but like this stream in the primer of this deck, just so people can understand. It's like, oh, like damn, like why did Kuro make it this way, and it's not just like, you know, 12 ACs. And I would like people to hear why we decided, like, yeah, like we don't really need to go down that route. There's a million ways to play this game. There's a lot of ways to build this deck. I think through our careful refinement and crafting, we're building a very decent Chocobo bird deck that also happens to be able to win because landfall is a really strong mechanic. Do you plan on running a bunch of instant speed or no? Wilderness Reclamation could be good if so. Yeah. We do need to run some interaction in here. We have some birds that have flash and whatnot. Is there decent token generation in the deck so far? There is. Because flavor and good stuff, correct. Decent amount. Yeah. Propaganda, don't need it. Don't need it. We're going to kill our opponents faster than they kill us. Because our Air Force is great. And I'm American, so that's kind of my mindset about air superiority. We'll just win. We have F-32 Skycat Sovereigns, so I don't see an issue. I don't see our opponents being able to attack us. We have a moat of 3 oceans around us. Or something. I think that's how it works. The Goose Mother, yeah, I don't have Goose Mother in there. That gives, like, food, right? It just makes, like, a big bird and gives food. Is that kind of it? What's the Mox Field, buddy? Here's the link to it for people that want to see us build it live. But it'll be live on the Discord afterwards. Yeah, that's how it works. Gonna be like, okay, thank you. Okay, what else did I say was gonna be in here? Oh, Tatiova. Tatiova. I don't know how to spell these freaking cards. Benthic. I can spell Benthic, but not Tatiova. Oh, Tatia. And AC. Oh, God. Yeah, AC. Yeah. I can't deny it. Teferi's Protect. Yeah. Yes, Safari. Yes, I did say that we needed to add Sephra, just so that our opponents have like so much more work to do in order to dislodge our United States Air Force. This is Sephara, Sky's Blade, flying lifelink, which is cool. But other creatures you control with flying have indestructible, right? So this will be a pretty good. We can just get her into play for basically free 99 in this deck. I don't want to, you know, there's only so many like big spells that we want to like have in here, but she is able to just say like, hey, you have indestructible. The Finale of Devastation is perfect. What, the green one? Nah. Mind Sensor? Yeah, we're doing Mind Sensor. It's just one guy. It's just one goofy guy. Goose Mother draws? Goose Mother? No one told me that the Goose Mother draws. Huh. That's not exactly my preferred method of drawing, I'll be honest with you. We're gonna not put that in here. Get Shield of the Oversoul to protect Choco? No, we'll simply play Aesor. We'll simply. Where is he? We will simply have Ward 3. I simply won't let my opponent cast the spell in the first place. Better yet, what's the Discord? The Discord. Yeah, chat. Also, yes, please, do join in on the Discord. I try to do my best with it. After this deck tech, we'll end the stream and I'll try to make sure that these get up on the Discord and all that cool stuff. Okay, 61 cards. We could just add 40 lands right now and be done, but that wouldn't be it. Let's get you a creature from the library or graveyard with X big enough to give you a big overrun. We could do a situation where we just kind of like birds into a Crater Hoof. We could do that. Is it fair enough, chat? And this is like truly from my heart to yours. Is it fair enough to just not want to? Just like, nah, I don't wanna. Even if it's like less optimal, can I just be like, nah, I just don't feel like Crater Hoof in this deck? I just don't wanna. Don't Crater Hoof? Perfect. You've already done the Hoof deck tonight? Damn right I did. It was, what was it? And that deck needed it. Listen. That deck needed Crater Hoof way more than this one does, brother. Yeah, that deck needs a Crater Hoof to win way more than this one does. By the time we play our Crater Hoof, we'll either have like, it's because like we mana accelerated so much with our birds, where it's like, okay, like, yeah, we have Crater Hoof and 10 more mana anyway, so like, okay, whatever. Or we've already reduced our opponent's life totals down to like 10, so we just play a Crater Hoof and just like already won. Like, it's whatever. Genesis Wave. I'm actually trying to build this deck for your girlfriend, just don't know what to put into it. Hey, Angel of Hell, I think with the way that we're building this deck, if your girlfriend likes Chocobo, if your girlfriend likes birds, I truly do believe that this deck list and how we're making it will be fun. I think that she'll be like, oh, this bird's cute. Oh, this angel's beautiful. Oh my god, Indestructible's cool. Oh my god, I recognize that character from Lord of the Rings. Oh, this is the best bird ever. Like, I think that there will be enough situations like that throughout this deck where, like, the appreciation for the depth of Magic the Gathering will foster, personally. That is why and how I build most decks. And I think that it'll happen here. Are you building in Moxfield? Damn right. Moxfield.com/KuroHitsuki. Best deck building website on the internet. Okay. Although she will have to learn what initiative is, so maybe that's not the play, but Okay. If you can't end the game in green without hoof, you need to turn your hoof until you learn how to play green. Wobbler, speaking the truth, dude. Holy shit. Banner of Kinship. So, just to address, because someone just saying like Banner of Kinship, Patchwork Banner, etc. My stance on, in this deck specifically for anthems, is that I would rather have a bird that's an anthem, even if it gives less than Patchwork, blah blah blah. Even if it gives less, this is also a bird, so it triggers our commander, right? And also deals damage, right? So any bird that says other creature with flying get +1/+1 makes our creatures deal more damage, lets us see an additional card with our commander, and is physically a bird that's dealing damage. That's 3 additional factors making Kangi's Lieutenant better than Patchwork. I'm leaving Sneak out because I don't want to overrun my friend who's leaving Sneak out. Which one? What about Teshar for recursion? Teshar with recursion is not a bad idea. To be like, that's perfectly fine. We're not gonna be doing like that much historic in here. It has to be 3 mana or less. I have to, in order to like really feel good about Teshar, I'd have to turn off the tags and really go through the mana base and see like how many things Tashar would get back once the deck is done. That's more of a like once the deck is done sort of thing, and we reduce the cost, because like right now, you know, it's like our curve, you know, is 3. There's like quite a bit there, but like it's also a little way too high in this category for Tashar to be like what we want to do. So once that analysis is done, then we would kind of think of Tashar. The initiative bird, yeah, that's fair. That's so fair. That's so fair. The reason we have initiative in here is because what deck is more suited to get the initiative back every time someone tries to take it from us than the U.S. Air Force. What song is this? This is from Commander at Home. It is not from Commander at Home. Commander at Home and I simply use the same soundtrack. This is White Lotus from Stream Beats by Harris Heller. Because it's Harris Heller is a content creator who's made royalty-free soundtracks for people to use, and you will notice many content creators use it, mainly because we're live on YouTube and TikTok. If we were live on just Twitch, I would play whatever music chat wanted, but no. YouTube has to be YouTube. But I'm glad that I hope that you have just as much fun here as you do in Commander at Home streams. So, you know, that wasn't a dig or anything. Okay, chat. Yeah, Ledger Shredder's here. Okay. Where are we at? We want to reduce some cards. Yes. Let's add the lands also. Zorius mana base. Selesnya mana base. Simic mana base. Okay. 34 lands. Okay, so 34 lands is definitely not enough. We did say that we wanted to do what, 40 lands? Is that what we decided on, chat? Is that what we decided on? I forgot. Is that how like a landfall deck kind of wants to operate? I don't know. I don't play landfall. Actually, I do. I lied to you. I play, but it's like Manifest Dread, which is a whole different can of worms. 3 island, 3 forest, and 3 plains. Should add Triumph of the Hordes as a win con. Someone did mention that earlier. I'm simply relying on the fact that our opponents will be dead by birds, because we're going to peck their eyes out, and not needing infects. That's simply what I'm relying on. It's just pure vibes. Pure vibes of our opponents not being here anymore. And until proven otherwise, that's how I'm going to build this deck. Final Fantasy art, of course. While chat tells me what's going on. 40 lands, right? I have a hot take. Owlbear Club might be playable here. I looked up Owlbear Club when you mentioned it before. I forgot why I didn't put it in. I think I read halfway through it and then said, opponents having 8 lands, it's only my job to have 8 lands. How dare they? And then I think the offense of assuming opponents would have lands made me not read the rest of it. I think that's literally how my mind worked. I think it was just like, how dare you? Gold Saucer? Gold Saucer. That's that new card, right? From the thing. Oh, this is a land. Oh, it's a land. I mean, I guess. I didn't plan on the Gold Saucer. I don't think the Gold Saucer does anything in this deck, if I'm being honest with you. So, no. Winged Portent for card draw. Draw a card for each creature with fly. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. There's a draw spell that costs less if we have birds in play, right? It's like draw 2 for like 1 if we have birds in play. I need Owlbear Cub as a green player. Owlbear Pub. Whenever Arbor Cub attacks a player who controls 8 or more lands, look at the top 8 cards of the library. You put a creature card from one of them to the battlefield taps and attacking that player. Put the rest of the bottom. Oh, that's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. Yeah, you got me. You got me. I should have read more. The anti-green in me made me crash out. It's just a ace tier bird. This is flying typo, actually. It's actually flying typo when you look at it. Welcome to the community, bud. Thank you so much for the follows. Yeah, I read it as if you control 8 or more. Yeah, no, our opponents have to control 8 or more. But that's fine. I mean, that's fine. I mean, if our opponent is still alive, how about we just put a bird in play that, like, they die? Gaia's Cradle is a pretty good penny card. Yeah, no, it's like 2 cents. Wobbler, this is a 3-color deck. Are we doing artifacts for mana ramp? I think we're just ramping. I think we're just... This deck is weird because of how much lands we do get, because, like, if we played nothing but creatures, we would get lands. Like, we do get rewarded for, like, playing more creatures than other things. So it is, like, kind of a weird... We're not doing artifacts? Okay. Just Arcane Signet and Felwar? Rally of Wings. I think that's the buff spell, like +2/+2, and then this is a maybe. This is a huge maybe if we need it. This is a big maybe. For this deck, we want 2 mana dorks. Yeah. We only want 2 mana dorks? Or yeah, okay. Radagast, Wizard of the Wilds. We have him right here. We will take Radagast out. Once I think Radagast will come out once we start reducing the mana cost of this deck, because we have to pay mana. We have to listen, guys. Radagast is cool, but we have to pay 5 mana on a single spell to just get 1 2/2 bird from it. I don't know about you. I don't know if you've looked at like birds, but they don't typically cost that much. And if they do, they better be winning me the game, okay? But, like, not really. So, I think that Radagast is going to be one of the first cards that comes out. And listen, I see 5 drops here, but we're also at 110 cards. We gotta reduce the costs. Curiosity Crafter for hand size and card draw. That's only if we're hitting with tokens. I haven't necessarily determined if we're doing enough token hits yet. I know we're hitting with birds. And I think I would rather Coastal Piracy. Do you have Murmur? Yes, we have Murmuration, yeah. Radagast the Wilds does nothing in this deck. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that part. We'll end up taking it out. Airborne Aid, yes, we do have Airborne Aid, and I think Airborne Aid is going to draw us a fuck ton of cards, and I think it's very funny. Okay. Cards that I think, after we've done a lot of soul searching, are not good. I am not into this version of Kangi, although this version of Kangi is a good mana sink. I can't deny that part. This Kangi makes us win the next turn, right? Like, we swing for a decent amount, we have a bunch of lands in play. Next turn, we play Kangi, and we win. But any other time, I don't like them. And I don't think that we have to do that. We have Mockingbird, yeah. There are tons of 2 mana dorks that have additional ability. We want things like Trailblazer Scout, Armored, Scrap Gorger, Intrepid, Paleontologist, Bloom Tender. Okay, so you're saying like literally 2 mana, like mana dorks that cost 2. Let's see, Trail. We want Trail Tracker Scouts. Expend 8 mana. Well, spend your 8th total mana to cast spells this turn. We could do that.
Raid from
one more.
With 6 raiders.
Additional ability. Armored. Oh, Scrap. I do like Scrap Gorger, if I'm being honest with you. I like Scrap Gorger. And then Intrepid. Oh. Intrepid Paleontologist. Is that the... exile a card from a graveyard? Is that all this does? Is this enough? Is this enough to make this card playable? And then Bloom Tender. Bloom Tender. Sorry, I know we kind of slowed to a crawl there. For each color among permanents you control, add... I mean, I like Bloom Tender. It's $20. Damn, this art's beautiful. Art's pretty. Damn, I need to pick one of those up. Damn, it's the cheapest art somehow. That's crazy. I mean, Bloom Tender's good. Produces mana. Yeah, it's enough. Grave Hate on a dork is great. Yeah. Ooh, get these out of here. We don't need these. It's just Arcane, Felwar. We're gonna have a lot of cards in hand. I think Thought Vessel might be worth it, unless we just do the land. Oh no, we'll just put like a Reliquary Tower and what else? Is there any other lands that give no max hand size? Taunos, we have Taunos in here. We're gonna get rid of Radagast. 5 mana is too much mana. Let's see. This is worth it. That's 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 worth it. I think both of these are worth it, if I'm being completely honest with you. Although if I was gonna get rid of one, it would be the Retreat to Ameria. Draw, reduction of costs, creatures with flying. We do have a lot of those. Reduction in cost. Mini Ward 2. I think I said we would keep this. This is a 5-drop that we might want to put on the chopping block, though. It's a maybe. We don't need him. Ineaz is a little too cute. I think Ineaz is a good card. Reliquary Tower is unique. Good. You know what? It deserves it. Traverse Ally. No. Steven. Trust me. We've been at this deck for like 3 hours. The first things we went over was putting in all the Chocobo. We have reversed the Outlands. Trust me. I think Ineaz might be... It's not too cute. It just doesn't... We don't have to add that dimension to the deck of swapping people's cards, especially on Spell Table, okay? We don't have to add that dimension to the deck. Archetype of Imagination. Do we really need this? Errant, do we really need this? Do we really need Archetype of Imagination? No. Our birds are bigger. Our birds are better than everyone else's. Our flying is superior. Taunos. Cast a bird, make a copy of it. Is that better than Donal? Donal costs 1 less, but our bird becomes weaker and is a spirit. Oh, and in addition, but it has to be a non... Nah, we're fine. Taunos will be better because it's a full-on copy. Yes. Salvation Songs is good. Considering. Good for 3 mana. Splinter Graveyard removed from the game. Bring 2 birds back when they die for 5 mana. So I put this into play. It dies. I get 2 birds back. I think it's too much mana. Jackdaw Savior is like way better. Beastmaster's Ascension is another fun idea if you add. Yeah, someone did mention Beastmaster's Ascension, which I said I was pretty okay with if we kind of figured that we're still not winning somehow. But like, do note that we have cards like this, right? Like we have cards like Soulcatcher's Airy. Whenever a bird is put into a graveyard from play, like this 2 mana of enchantment just kind of like does ramp up and everything like that. Do we need the Flood Caller? We haven't put enough well, we do have non-creature spells in here. Let me get rid of the tags. We do have non-creature spells in here. Holy shit, we really don't. That's a problem. Yeah, we have too few non-creature spells in here. We need more like counter spells and removal. Derevi, we have Derevi in here. Yeah, we need some more. We need some more. We need some more. We need some more removal things in here. We got a little too cute with stuff. Landfall. Yeah, Chocobo Racetrack. Create a bird. Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, like this one Chocobo Racetrack is gonna like make us win the game. There's removal on a bunch of your birds though. I don't think so. I don't want Rally of Wings. I don't think there is. These two are basically the same card, except Wing Port. Actually, no. There's sometimes there's be more Chocobo on the battlefield than not. There's a Okay, is it better to have an enchantment that just says when you deal damage, draw cards, or just a one-time 4-drop that says just draw a card for half the like all your creatures? I think an enchantment's better, right? Like, I think Coastal Piracy might be better here. Or no, what's the Coastal Piracy but with cycling? I think there's like literally a woman riding a bird on it. I think I like the instant better. Each creature with flying. Recon mission, thank you. Recon mission. I think reconnaissance mission. Yeah, she's like literally riding some Icorian monstrosity. Recon mission. Yeah. If you want to do enchantment, do. Oh, right. Yeah. Why? Duh. Kindred Discovery's $4, brother. My brother in Christ. Where has the magic gone? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's by itself gonna like. Yeah, that's really good. That's really good. Okay. All right, no more enchantments. None more enchantments. Do we even need that at this point? I don't think so. We also do get to look at the top card of our deck and put one in there. Flurry of Wings, I still think is a good, just like a. It's kind of a random thing, but like for 3 mana, we could just get like an army of birds. Also, we could swing with our own birds. Make a Chocobo with flashback, sure. Return the land you control. Target creature just damage to target creature and opponent controls. It was kicked. Heals twice. Oh, I don't. I mean, this is removal, but I think we want. The removal. Enduring Curiosity. Oh, your opponents need to kill it twice. That's true. Por qué no los dos? Plasm Capture or Biomass Mutation? Biomass Mutation would be a very funny way to just like win. I don't think we necessarily need it. Biomass Mutation would be because that Biomass Mutation is like 3 and X, and your creatures become like their base power totals becomes XX. That would win us games. I don't think we need. I think there's other things will also win us games too. Growing Ranks of the Dead would be a good ad. Growing ranks. Also, hold on. Growing Ranks of the Dead, right? It's just Growing Ranks. What the hell is that? No. Who said that? No. Politely. No, we're not. The Growing Ranks is good in a populate deck. Okay. Now you got me going, so you're gonna have to deal with it. So, token decks like to go wide, right? Populate likes token decks that are making things that are bigger than 1/1s, right? Like if you populate and you just make like another 1/1 rat, that's a waste of time. If you populate and make another 5/5 dinosaur, that's a much better use of your time. This deck, I think the only tokens we make are 1/1 birds, which is or 1/1 chocobos that have landfall. Now that would be cool to like make more Chocobo tokens, but one entire card that only hits 4 cards out of our deck for the Chocobo part, not worth it. Yeah, and it's also very slow. Yeah. Curiosity has Flash. Oh shit, that's good. That's good. That's good. And I say it respectfully, Captain Sully. I hope that explanation helps there. Yeah. See what you mean? Perfect. Awesome. Dope. Okay. Are there at least mana dorks that fly? Like, even if they're not birds, can they at least fly as well? Like, is there a Trailblazer Trail Tracker Scout that flies? Do we need to untap? Whenever you cast a non-creature... I don't cast enough non-creature spells right now. The Plasm Capture counters spell, and you get X mana. 4 mana. I think that this deck is concise and powerful enough where we don't need a Plasm Capture to like get us. We don't need like a big glut of mana from our opponents. We want like an offer you can't refuse, right? Like we just want that one spell that stops someone over there from winning, and then have a board state to punish that person to death. We're not looking for too much in the like, I'll take your mana and use it for myself thing, especially because our commander puts lands into play, and we have 40 lands. We're not in the business of mana drain type effects. We're just trying to kill, and to make our opponent not win. Ornithopter of Paradise, thank you. Ornithopter of Paradise, thank you. That is exactly what I was asking for. Yep, we have birds. Yep. Reflections of Ledjura, 5 mana. And it's a trap. Reflections of Ledjura, for everyone watching, if I can impart of the many parts of wisdom I want to impart to you, that Reflections of Ledjura is a trap card. The fact that it costs 5 mana is very deliberate. It is supposed to make you take a vacation on a pretty important turn for most decks, and like hopefully yeah after that you start getting value out of it, but like this deck is too low to the ground, especially once we start taking out higher cost cards. This deck is too low to the ground to want to take turn 5 on the vacation. You know what Tatiova does on turn 5? Tatiova comes out, we swing with our birds, we put 3 lands into play, and we draw 3 lands and gain 3 life. That's infinitely better than anything that Ledjura would have done for us. We also have other ways to copy birds also. But yeah, just so you know, in like a Leviathan deck, like if you're doing like big sea creatures because they're already expensive anyway, Reflections of Ledjura is a little bit better there, because turn 5, like, you know, I mean, what else are we going to do in turn 5? Play a Leviathan? There's, like, none at that cost anyway. Much better there. And then now when you play an 8-drop, you get 2 8-drops. That's way worth it. But to pay 5 mana just to then pay, like, 2 mana to get 2 2-mana cards? Meh. Noble Hierarch is also good. It's a good 1-drop. I know it's expensive, but Titan of Ledjura for the draw. Now that is an interesting... that is a better conversation, actually. Titan of Ledjura, if I remember it correctly... Where? Oh, 6 mana, 6/6 ETB creature type. It's a bird. ETB or attack. Draw a card for each other creature you control that shares a card. If you do, discard the card. This would not be the worst. This is not the worst in any way, shape, or form. We don't need it, but it's not the worst in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, it's just for 6 mana. It's just like a little too high for us. Just a little too high. It costs 5 mana, but you're landfall and you're ramping crazy and you have cheap birds and you can run it when you have mana up and drop done cheap birds. That is true. That is true, Wolfbane, and I have also used the fact that we are putting a bunch of lands into play, therefore we can cast more things as part of an argument before. That is true. That is true. which is, I guess, more where it would require more testing, right? It will require some testing of like Litura being in or out to be like, okay, yeah, I make so much lands, it's nice to get 2 copies of a creature, or I just make so much lands, I might as well just play more creatures and just kind of win otherwise, right? But that's fair. No, that is a fair rebuttal, Wolfbane. Super fair. Okay. I think we get rid of the Celestial. Oh god, Errant Ingiata is so weird. I kind of just never wanted this card to be good, but I mean, if we're drawing enough cards, we don't really need to look and cast from the top of our library. Also, Chocobos don't fly, so we wouldn't be able to see those. I think you have too many creatures. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. For sure. Yeah, we have... Yeah, we can kind of go down on the creature part. I mean, that's what we're doing here. Do we really want these 2 mana dorks? Can't I just put a land into play with a spell or something? Castrol. Bird. Flying. Bird. That's funny. Card that makes us win game and also funny. Chaz. Enter search for a bird. Oh my god, we just get to search for any bird and put it into our hand? Oh my lord, that's sick, dude. What? That's pretty sick. Damn, Chaz. Alright. Salvation Swan. Yeah, I think we just like Chaz into Salvation Swan like all the time, right? Like literally. Oh my god, yeah. And then we get to another bird. Yeah, okay, we Chaz into Salvation Swan 100% of the time. Spring Heart, Skycat Sovereign. This card does get really big. It is not a bird, but it does get really big. It also makes cat birds, which is strange to me. It makes cat birds, but it itself is an elemental cat. And I'm confused. It does make birds. We're gonna be staring at the Chocobo at the top and unable to cast it, and everyone will know. Everyone will literally point at you and laugh and go, wow, this idiot puts non-flying birds in the top of his deck. What a loser. And it'll pull your pants down. More than a Fatal Isle. Flying. Yes, there's enough creatures of flying that want to have their spell cost reduced. I really do like the Arakara sneak. I really do like it. I think it's gonna go in considering though, because now we're down to 100, which is strictly less than it was before, so there's that. What do? You make a bird, and then creatures you control have tramp. Oh, that's actually pretty nice. Playing that later game. Creatures get lorded, sure. Landfall. Make birds copy. Oh yeah. Also, sorry. Hold on. Reflections of Litura is already here, but he's a dude, and he makes toys. He's a toy maker. We already have Reflections of Litura, and his name is Tanos the Toy Maker. Yeah, I also meant to say that before in my rebuttal about Reflections of Litura. 4 for a token, though. Come on, that's expensive. We do have a lot of lands, thanks to our commander. Queen, yes. Traveling Chocobo, Watch of the Spheres, Warden, Yashi's Greens. And damn, dude, we don't have any instants and sorceries. We gotta counter people's spells, bro. Like, we gotta. We don't do that right now. We literally have to. Okay, we gotta take out one of these enchantments. Okay, Kindred Discovery makes us draw forever. Felidar Retreat makes us win games. Murmuration is a lord, and we get Storm Crows, which is pretty cool. This is a Chocobo. We're not getting rid of it. This is like a really... This could also just like be the biggest. This one could end up being the biggest Lord spell in the world, and it's also 2 mana. Also, thank you very much for the follows, such. I hope that you're enjoying the discussion. I'm enjoying discussing. I think you have to cut like 10 creatures. I'm kind of feeling that too. How many creatures do we have? We have 45 It felt like I went up on creatures. What the fuck? Yeah, 45 creatures. Okay, let's start at the top. This card costs less, and it's a Chocobo. We're not leaving that. Air Extortionist enters or deals combat. Exile a non-land permanent. Yeah, that's good. This is good. This is good. This is landfall. Whatever. You know, that's a little bit of stacks. That's a little bit. That's stacks that we need. Iron Scrap Gorger. Not 10 getting cut. No way. Hey, listen, we gotta. This is not a complete 100 card deck. We can't just like go off this. Birds, Bloom Tender, Derevi. Derevi lets these untap. So, okay. With Derevi, we can swing, put lands into play, deal damage, untap those lands. Question mark, question mark, question mark, profit, I guess. So that's cool. That gives us birds. This is a bird lord. This is a woman creature. That's not a bird, but apparently it's good. Gilligoose. Ward is really good on our commander. This is really good reanimator. Ward on all of our creatures with flying. A judge is familiar. Whenever one emerges, combat to share with a bird. Oh my god. What? Kestro the Windcrested? You just let us resurrect birds? Did you know that Kestro could do that? This card's sick. This card's awesome. This card's awesome, dude. Oh my lord. Kangi's Lieutenant. Let's see. Attacking creatures flying get +1/0. Do I need this guy? 3 mana, 1/1. When he attacks, he lords. I don't think we need that. I don't think we need that. Kangi Skywarden. Damn, I probably need the other one more than Skywarden. Skywarden's what? Just 2/0? Everyone gets 2/0. Who cares about 2/0? I think we have too many might win the game creatures. Cut Bloom Tender. Bloom Tender provides up to 3 mana, whereas these other goobers are graveyard exilers. That's it. I didn't really have more to say. I just kind of hope that would defeat you in the argument in the marketplace of ideals. I don't really have more than that. But Bloom Tender does give us 3 mana. Mockingbird, Ornithopter, Owlbear Cub, Royal Elemental. I really like Plume Creed Mentor because it makes our commander really big. And I really like the art. This is actually literally one of my favorite arts in Bloomburrow. I think it's so cute. I think this is objectively one of the cutest arts they've ever made. But I guess there's going to be times where we don't even have a non-flying creature. So it will just do nothing. So I guess I'll just cry. Kaz is good. Chocobo's good. Indestructible's really good. That's fine. That's good. You're a cat. That's good. You draw me cards. You're a bird maker. You're a Chocobo. You're a guy. Royal Elemental's probably too greedy? No way. No way. That card makes us... No. I guess people could just kill the Royal Elemental and their stuff goes back to them. Fine. Fine. It is a little greedy. It is a little greedy. It's just a little greedy. Warden's fine. Launch of the Sphere. Okay, I think that we reduced the creature cost by like a lot. Like literally, it stops at 5, and there's only. Okay, AC doesn't count. He's a bitch. There's only 1, and this could be reduced on 2 different occasions actually. So I think we're good. I think we're good. This is literally just Thanos being 5. But Thanos, you know, he kicks in the maximum overdrive. Amulets, Arcane Signet, Soul Ring, Felwar, Thought Vessel. Do we need Thought Vessel? We're gonna have cards in hand, but if we just, I don't know, we just choose the best cards. We just simply have the best cards in hand. That's fine. Felidar Retreat, that wins us games. Felidar Retreat 100% wins us games, chat. I'm telling you, you will win games because of Felidar Retreat. Kindred keeps us in the game forever. This is cool. We need Splunking. I think this is really cool. If we're having a bad time against control, we're having a good time. And this is Chocobo. Okay, 40 lands. We could always maybe not do 40 lands. Did anyone think about that maybe? Did anyone think about maybe not doing 40 lands? Alright, offer. You can't refuse. Counter spell. What else do we need? Fierce Guardianship or some shit. Probably 2 meme. I think it's literally at the border of 2 meme and actually gonna win us the game more often than not. I think it's literally at the border. I leave tomorrow to Vegas. I need to pack. Chat, let's... Yeah, okay. Shit. Offer you can't refuse, counter spell, path. Path? Yeah, path to exile. What else does Bant put in their must-haves? Offer, counterspell, path, 2 more cards, and then we're Gucci. Valley Flow Power probably goes. Our non-creature spell count. Oh, you know what? You're very true about that. What, five artifacts and 6 enchantments? Like, yeah, no, you're true for that. You're true for that. You're true for that. Especially because these guys don't trigger it. Okay. All right, I'll take out Valley Flood Caller. Does it what? +1+? Oh yeah, that ain't shit. Swords, excise the imperfect. That's like 3 mana. It gets rid of a permanent, I guess. Ramp spells? No, we're gonna stick with creatures. Winged Portents? Didn't I do Winged Portents? Or is that the draw spell that gets... Oh, there's a counter spell. No, I got rid of Winged Portent because I'm a silly, goofy guy, I think, was my answer. So I'm just kind of new boot goofing when you think about it. Yeah, it's like pretty good. It's pretty good. Choco gets us plenty of mana. We can do 3 mana removal spells. You're not wrong. Winged Word. Thank you. Winged Words. That's a sorcery. Cost 1. So for 2 mana, draw 2. That's like... At sorcery speed, that's like okay at best. Raise the Palisades? Nah, we don't need it. We'll simply kill our opponents. We'll simply win. We don't need 1 mana, 1-sided board wipes. You know what we need? We need indestructible so that our board doesn't die. That's what we need. Perch protection. I mean, that's funny though. Wait a minute, hold on, chat. Wait. Okay. That's really funny. What if we just peace out? Now, mind you, I did crash out on someone who did play Perch Protection, and it was like not strategically the best move, so I did crash out. But I'm being a hypocrite. How funny reads lose the game? It does read that. It's just really funny. It makes birds, dude. Come on. Why are you mad? Elrond's Epiphany if we want to be the villain. Ooh. Yeah, and so we can kill with birds even harder. No, we don't need extra turns. Beast. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we need Beast Within. Yeah, Beast Within's better than Excise the Imperfect, right? Because that makes a Phyrexian that's like equal to the size of the thing that we killed, right? Flawless. I've been a big fan of Flawless Maneuver. Like that's my like in every deck card nowadays. Mainly because my decks are all based around their commander, so it kind of makes sense. Ultimate Magic, Holy. You're goofing there right now. There's not even like a singular just holy card. Surge of Salvation, protection, part of it is a bit niche though. Surge of Salvation. Nah. Nah, we're good. Roaming nah. We don't need roaming. We don't need roaming throne. Also, but just remember, our commander, just look at Choco in the corner over there. Choco says that we look at that many cards and then the lands go into play. We choose one card and the rest goes to our graveyard. We can only activate Choco so many times before we deck ourselves, okay? Please be cautious, especially if we get Tatiova out, so we like get a big chunk, we discard half of that pile, the other half goes into play, and then we draw that many. Slow down, do not put Roaming Throne in here, okay? Also, most of the I mean, a lot of birds are like, they do have passive abilities that do trigger, but like they don't need to trigger that much more, you know? Like Castrol doesn't need to trigger that many times, you know? Like twice, like yeah, sure, draw 2, but like at the cost of like a 4 drop thing, you know? If we're resolving Choco so many times that we're risking deck out, our opponents are out of life. Yes, that is also part of the plan. Our opponents being out of life, that is a part of the plan. Lab Maniac has a Final Fantasy 11 art. We're not putting Lab Maniac in this deck. That is not the cause of this deck. If we deck out, it's because we've lost, not because it's all going according to Keikaku. All right, or should I say Kage? Kengi. It is not going according to Kengi if we deck out. Counterspell someone's board wipe. Kill the important thing, get rid of a thing. We have more attackers than you, haha. I'm kind of scared about Wing Portent, but we have Shaz. Swan Song. We can't not Swan Song. It has to. And Raven form. Okay, come on, chat. We can't not put in our bird based removal. BBR, if you will. I think that's how it's called. Strict Serenade and Lofty Denial. Come on, chat. We got so many more cards to play. We got so many more cards to put in this deck. Strict Serenade. I don't think I've ever successfully played Strict Serenade. Lofty Denial. Cost 2. Counter a card, any spell. Unless the controller pays 1. If you have a creature with flying, pay 4 instead. Basically, that says counter the spell. Epiphany is funny. People do like the Elrond's Epiphany. I mean, like, taking an extra turn is, like, cool. I get, like, it's cool. Yeah, I suppose we could just straight play it, too. Is that our 1 extra turn card in the thing? Up in this bitch? I just went up by 4 cards, though, chat. They're all counter spells, so this is very important. But, you know, just understand that. Also, we are giving our opponents birds to block with, by the way. Sleep, Great Sorcery. Nah, we didn't need sleep. We have Murmuration. Hey, EDA Senpai. We have Murmuration and 9 Gale, yeah. Dazzling Denial is also bird base. So we have Lofty Denial and Dazzling. Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay. Fuck Counterspell. Get out of here. You're being countered by birds. And there's not there. Yeah, you're being countered by birds, brother. Sorry. But not sorry. I'm counter. Damn, that's a crazy win con you have there, Yawgmoth. Caw-caw. Bacaw. Yeah, it's funny. Ravenform is suspect when we run Stroke of Midnight or Generous Gift. We could run those, but it's a bird. Thoughts? That's my rebuttal. We have an offer. Whirlwind Denial feels on theme because we're flapping our wings so hard that we counter their spells. I think I've successfully had Whirlwind Denial matter twice in my life. I'm willing to just lose, I think. Our goal is us bird, not them bird. That is true. You do have a point. You do have a point. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Okay, well, damn it. But then we have to get rid of Strict Serenade, Swan Song, and Raven Form. How do we sing the Swan Song? Swan Song stays. Strict Serenade can leave. Yeah, Artifact, Creature, or Planeswalker. I've never lost to any of those cards. Raven Form, Artifact, or Creature. Fine. We keep the Swan Song, though. That's incredibly important. Think about adding Tormel, Seymour's, Butler, and an Atraxa deck. It'll work. Wash Away can replace Strict Serenade. Wash Away to counter their commanders that rudely? No, we don't need to be like that. That sets people to attack us so savagely. That sets one player to have nothing more to do the rest of the game except screw us over. And this is bracket 3, not 4 and 5. This is... We're just being cute with it. This is honestly maybe 2. Now that I think of it, this is honestly 2. This is actually 2, so yeah. We can easily pay the cleave cost, but can we trust? We'll just counter it. We'll just live, actually. Again, we'll just simply live. We'll just get... And listen, if they have to cast their commander, they don't got extra mana for it. They don't have Dazzling Denial mana for it. They don't have Lofty Denial mana for it. Absolutely not. We'll be fine. We'll be fine, chat. Oh, we gotta take out 2 more cards, and then we're done. Then I gotta get ready to leave. Oh my god. Jesus, I gotta sleep on the plane or something. Quasi-duplicate, more bird and kind of synergy if it hits the bin. Nah, we have enough birds as it is. And Thanos himself, Thanos the Toy Maker, makes me more birds. We're good. We're Gucci gang. We're Gucci down. Man, it's gonna suck when we put these instants and sorceries in the graveyard after we look at the top 10 cards of our deck, and it's either like we get Flawless Maneuver or Traveling Chocobo. It's gonna suck, actually. Yeah, that might be our biggest problem when we have to discard, put so many cards into our graveyard, and just hope that we win with the rest of the deck, which is doable. Yeah, it's doable. It's fine. I think the best thing to do is to not look. Don't look at the cards that you're discarding. I think that's the best way to stay happy. Hermit Druid, Thoracle? No. Archetype of Imagination? No, we took it out. My argument for taking it out is that we're a bird type deck. No one's going to have more birds than we are. No one. Even if they have 5 birds, we have 10 birds, right? Or 5 flyers, we have 10 flyers. We will hit them and they will die. On a serious note, Endurance for a Shuffle Titan? Oh, maybe it'll be only gas left. So, yeah, we would what? Look at like the top 8. Put 5 in, 1 to hand, 3 to the graveyard. One of them's a Titan. We shuffle our graveyard, which is full of anything but lands, into the deck. We shuffle that up. There's still like, 20 lands left or something, and then we just kind of like rinse and repeat that. I think, man, I'm going to reserve play testing. I'm gonna reserve that for play testing. How often are we losing the cards that we need in order to win to our commander's trigger? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave it to deck testing first. I think that through blind faith and patriotism, the Air Force will win the day. But I am willing to be convinced otherwise. if we're in a position where we care about that, our opponents are dead. If it's important, you can pick it to... Right, exactly, right. Like, if it's the one card you need, put into your hand from your commander's ability. Everything else is forfeit. Or put your empty library, at least. If we get to the point where we've hit so many or we've attacked with so many birds, and they haven't killed our opponents, we could just lose to an empty board. We could just lose to an empty library. It's fine. And also, again, if that's something that consistently happens, then yeah, just throw like literally one Eldrazi and we're good. Like literally any one of them. But my initial like, hey guys, Kurohitsuki here, let's work together to build this Chocobo deck. Here's an Emrakul. Like as my first untested version, I'm not trying to be that guy. I let's play it first and be all like, what I'm saying? Time Twister? Yes, exactly. Alright, one more card out. Can I get rid of one of these weird mana dorks that aren't birds or flying? They confound me and perplex me. At least this one's from Bloomborough. And returns a permanent to our hand, which is really nice, actually. But this paleontologist is a human, and she's filthy. We need mana to get started. Ugh. Dump Mind Sensor? Coward. What if our opponents are... No, it's fine, dude. It's fine. It's fine, dude. It does cost 3. It's a little slow. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. And then we get to bounce... bounce Aven Interrupter. That's kind of hot. She's stupid, though. She's dumb. She has half of her text not even apply to our commander. I can't stand that. No, I can't stand that. I can't stand it. She's not even from Bloomborough, bro. I have no excuse for the Phyrexian. I think the Phyrexian's cute. She has a doctorate. She's not stupid. Fuck, you're right. She's not dumb. Okay, fine. We do love women in charge or something. A land? Can I take out a land? Perhaps? Maybe a land? We don't need 40 lands. We could do 39. 39 lands is just like 40 when you think about it, right? It's just like 40. 50 lands. You know what? You're right. You're so right for that, actually. That's so true. You know what lands we don't need? Probably the Surveil lands. We can get rid of a land. We can go to 39. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Nothing's gonna happen. What's the ugliest land here? Skycloud Expanse is a sky. Sungrass Prairie. Birds like sun. Sun Petal Grove. Birds like the sun. Wooded Bastion. They like the woods. Overflowing Basin. Birds don't care about water. There are fetches. Yes, there are fetches. There are fetches there and here and there. Oh, 3-tree. Oh, and we need the zombie one with the lands and the stuff. Field of the Dead. Field of the Dead. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm suggesting Field of the Dead. I'm the rat bastard. Yeah. Come sue me. Come sue me. This card's really good in this very dumb deck. Fight me on it. Don't care. Not listening. I'm friends with Beezy. Field of the Dead aficionado. Bird bastard. Didn't you know that the zombies are led by the birds, brother? Okay, we're gonna take these out. I actually don't really like these cards. The Flippy Dippies. I kind of don't want fetches, and the Surveils are worse without them. We'll be fine. Oh, we don't want fetches. That's right. We don't want fetches, because that's less lands, and more cards in our graveyard. That's so true. That's very true, actually. You do have a good point. And the surveil lands are worse without them. Yes, okay. You are right about that. Yeah, we don't want fetches because then that's literally less lands in our deck for our birds to maybe not deck us and put all of our good cards in the graveyard. You are right. Did I get the other shot? And then that means that we can take out these, which also means that this deck is way cheaper too. Also, by the way, way cheaper for like people can look at this and go like, oh yeah, like maybe this is a $382 with 5% off when you buy with code Kuro at coolstuffinc.com. Yeah, that's pretty sick. Add one. Add one. Add one. Add one. Add one. Yeah. Oh, I'm up to 101 cards because we're gonna go down by one goofy little guy. 39 cards. We're done. We're perfect, bro. Look at this curve. It's way less. And one of these like 7 drops is like actually free 99. It's not actually a 7 drop. What is the other card? I know it's the Flying Angel, who again is free 99. What's the other one? AC? No, it's just AC. It's just AC.
Raid from Strawberry System.
Strawberry System. Thank you very much for the raid, bud. Masswood Nexus, make Emrakul a bird. I'm gonna fight. Okay. I'm gonna fight Satoru. Alright. Satoru Ban. Listen, don't Masswood Nexus me in a deck that literally has an entire kindred behind it. I hate Masswood Nexus. Masswood Nexus has made Wizards lazy at making and updating card types that need support. When people can just excuse and just be like, oh, just Masswood Nexus something, that means that Wizards doesn't have to focus on making a better deck. Alright, can I playtest? Can you guys see? Oh my god, you can't. Oh my god, everything's shaped perfectly, actually. Okay, this is the edge here. Okay, so if you're on TikTok, turn the phone sideways so you can see the full screen. Okay. All right, let's see. What do we got here? We got, okay, Zaj's Chocobo. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna, oh god. Draw a card. Ooh, Zaj and the Chocobo. Perfect. Okay. We're gonna, the Hedge Mage is still here. That's my bad. Hold on. I was supposed to take that out. Let's just pretend I won that game. Hedge Mage and the thing. Add one. Add one. Okay, perfect. So one game won so far. Every character aside from Chaos has their own deck. Nice. You finished it? Nice job. Oh, when you built it with any Final Fantasy cards? Nice. Alright, so let's see. This is a keepable hand. What the hell is that? This is a keepable hand. We're going to draw. Okay, that's a little awkward. Oh, you guys can't see. I wasn't prepared for this. Okay. We're gonna play a land, and then go next turn. Draw Fat Chocobo. We're sad that we have it. Play this, and for 2 mana. Ooh, we don't have a 2 mana play. We technically do with this bird, but it's probably a bad hand to keep. Okay. Alright, that's fine. You know what? We don't always... Okay, shock ourselves in. Already has flying. What's this Traveling Chocobo do? Look at the top card of your library, play a land card, top land, enter, do goofy things. We can probably Derevi? Yeah, we can Derevi here. And then next turn, Shaz. we can swing, untap a permanent, doesn't matter. We can play this. Look at the top deck. That's a Spring Heart Nantuko. Okay. All right. Not going super well right now. Spring Heart Nantuko. Top card, land. Play that. We could play our command. We could play. Actually, yeah, we can play our commander. Swing these two. I'm sure there's like at least a 3/2 that we can. And we know that there's one land going to come into play, right? So we swing. And the top two cards, land. Okay, see, now we're literally off to the races. Now we're off to the races. It's fine. It's fine. Got 5 lands in play. Some goofy birds. Your opponents aren't monsters, so they'll just let you hit them and nothing bad will happen. Yeah, we're fine. It is a completely winnable game, which is why I won it.
Riven, turn build, Big Dumb Dork, literally Big Dumb Dork tips for demonic consultation, exiles his library, wins, new cloud card is an illusion. What is happening?
Oh, you're talking about your deck. Okay. Cool. Very cool. All right, we did it. Chat, we did the thing. We spent the last I'm going to pretend it was 3 hours making this deck, but we did through trial, tribulation, and most of all, conversation. We've come up with the quintessential best list ever. No, I think we came up with a very decent start. And the back and forth that we were able to have is very valuable for things like this. And especially, you know, especially, you know, TikTok and everything for people who came through and was like, oh, like, why not this card, every landfall card and all that sort of stuff. We were able to move away from that, move past that, and just go straight for the birds, straight for like getting the vibe and the theme in. So, yeah, chat, that's gonna be it for us tonight. I have to get ready. I have to get ready. I'm going to LA for the cookout, which is a if you're in the Los Angeles area, the cookout is a black-centric Magic the Gathering meetup. It's not like black people only or anything. It's just like, you know, putting those voices forward and doing a thing that no other place does. It's sponsored by Black Nito from Tabletop Jocks, and I'm glad to be a part of it. So I got a pack. Yeah, I got a pack. Okay. All right, chat. Let me figure out where I'm going to drop you off. I would normally just do like another big spiel at the end. I think that I'm just gonna do like a YouTube video sort of thing where we kind of do a big overview, but I gotta start moving. Twitch.tv. Yes, that's what I'm doing, directing y'all to Twitch. All right. I'm gonna send you over to. A lot of people playing right now. No one's playing Commander. Surge After Dark? Sure. Someone's brewing Canlander, which is a Commander format. Canadian Highlander, which is a Commander format. I'm going to drop you off over there. Chat, thank you so very much. I will see you, let's see. I'll be gone tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm going to try to go live when I'm at the actual event, like when I'm at the cookout. So you'll at least see me again, and I'll be posting through it and everything like that. But yeah, really good conversation as always, chat. Thank you so very much for being here. Appreciate you so very much. Wobbler, you're fantastic. TikTok, have a wonderful night. You've been absolutely grand. Please do drop a follow, like, share, all that cool stuff. Can't wait to see you again. YouTube, same to you. Please drop a subscribe if you can. And yeah, Twitch, just keep on twitching. All right. Deuce to chat. Wish me a safe flight, please and thank you, and a safe LA experience. Lord knows what's gonna happen, but I'm gonna be there to play Magic, and that's what we're gonna do. All right. Deuce to chat. Have a wonderful night. Bye bye.